budget hearings for 2023, the 2024 budget. I'll call this meeting to order. Quick reminders before I pass it over to Councilor Ahmed. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed today. Take a moment to silence your devices if you haven't done so already. Councilor Ahmed, take it away.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome, everyone, department directors, members of the public, members of council. This is a special meeting of the Finance Committee for the department budget hearings for Saturday, December 9th, 2023. Just a few housekeeping items before we get started. There are agendas available for everybody. We will be trying to keep a strict timeline here. So we will have set times for both council to answer questions as well as for members of the public to ask questions. For members of the public who are unable or would not like to ask their question at the podium, we do have slips where they could write their question, and the answers will be posted on the city website under the Department of Administrative Services portion, and that'll be under the 2024 budget section. So we will go ahead and get started, and our first item on the agenda is the Department of Administrative Services.
Before we get started, can we do a roll call of members for the record?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, for that reminder. I was so ready to turn it over to Councilor Ahmed. Mr. Harris, as we begin, would you please call the roll of members?
Absolutely, Council President. Mr. Ahmed.
Here.
Mr. Arroyo.
Here.
Mr. Cleese.
Here.
Ms. Craig.
Here.
Ms. Diaz.
Here.
Ms. Walsh.
Here.
And President Baker.
Here.
Thank you. And our last housekeeping item before we get started, both to members of council and to members of the public, please keep your questions as they relate to the budget of that department rather than the programming of the department or other items. And we'll get started with the Department of Administrative Services. Director Campbell, thank you for being here with us today. And your 10 minutes.
I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. Can you hear me all right? Okay. So first of all, I just want to thank you all for starting a little early today. I do really appreciate that flexibility, so thank you for that. I am going to try to keep this as short as possible, but there's quite a bit to cover, so I'll try not to talk too fast. So just real quick, if you've been a part of these discussions before, you know that this day consists of a lot of reports and presentations. But just as a refresher, and maybe for those who aren't as familiar with it, I just wanted to give kind of a 2-minute overview of what to expect. So the city is structured around 5 departments, and you can see those listed here. Today you'll hear presentations from each of the departments, as well as a short presentation from the mayor's office over lunch. There'll be 7 presentations total, and that's because both of the public safety chiefs, police and fire, will do theirs separately, but they are technically under one department, the Department of Public Safety. And additionally, Public Works will give a presentation for the 4 enterprise funds as well as their general fund in their presentation after this. All right, so we're starting this morning with the Department of Administrative Services. So there's 4 bureaus within this department. These include the Accounting and Finance, the Bureau of Treasury, the Bureau of Human Resources, and the Bureau of Data and Technology. And additionally, the fund development and administration work, so the grant work for the city, is included in the director's office. When I moved into this role in September, the bureau chiefs, the administrative bureau chiefs, and I took some time to review the mission and vision of administrative services. The department really is intended to provide quality customer service, so both externally to customers through the Treasury office, as well as internally to our departments. The Administrative Services Department is intended to provide services that allow others to do their jobs, really. So making sure that technology is working, ensuring that people are available to complete services for the city, managing the city's finances, understanding financial risk, providing proper ways to collect revenue for the city, and to continue to do the work that the city needs. So as we looked at the mayor's strategic plan, administrative services work focuses mostly in the sound government pillar. So there's 4 pillars, and sound government is one of them. So 2 particular areas of focus are data-informed decision-making and creating a culture of inclusion and public service. These goals helped us to, strategic goals helped us to create priorities in 2024, and you'll hear more about those as I get into the individual bureaus. Moving into some of the numbers, the Administrative Services General Fund budget includes 23.97 full-time equivalent positions. This is an increase of 1.11 full-time equivalent positions from last year, and I just want to jump to the Treasury to talk about that first, because that might help to explain why this is such an odd number. The Treasury Bureau technically has 18 full-time staff, but they are split among all 5 funds, so the general fund as well as the 4 enterprise funds, because they do a lot of work for the utility funds as well. So that's why this is showing at such an odd amount. And each year we look at the allocation for that split, and so that allocation changes just slightly based on time and resources each year, but the actual staffing amount has not changed. So you see the 0.11 increase, but that's simply because of some allocations that we were doing and not an actual change in the staffing. The 2 places that staffing did change, one was in human resources. So last year there was a number of transitions happening at the end of the year, and throughout 2023 there was some reorganization, and so we were able to eliminate one of the positions from human resources in the budget this year. And the other one was a change in the director's office. You see that there were 2 additional staff included in the director's office this year from last year. This is the fund development or grant administration work. This work was in the mayor's office before, and I was managing that work. And so with my move, we have moved it over to administrative services. So you'll see the decrease in the mayor's office and the increase here. So it's not an actual increase in staff. It's simply a movement of the staff into this department. And then the other 2 bureaus have not had a change in staffing this year. On Monday, I mentioned briefly that administrative services is really divided into 2 sections in the general fund budget. The operating section, which is the bureaus, as I've been talking about, makes up about 5% of the total general fund. And it's just over, as you can see here, $3.5 million in expenses. And you can see the bureau breakdown here as well. I'll go into some of the changes in the next slide. I will say that approximately half the costs are personnel, and the other half include a lot of technology costs, such as our core system and technology infrastructure, as well as other things like professional services, labor relation expenses, and our annual audit, which seems to increase every year. So some notable changes for the operating budget. We have decreased costs in the administrative services operating budget by about 6% this year. This includes some savings in professional services, one-time expenses. Those were mainly because of Patrick's transition this year. And we were also actually able to budget less in 2024 because of a grant that we received to cover some of the Home Rule Commission expenses. Accounting and finance saw an increase in the budget, but this was almost fully contributed to the annual audit expenses. The audit increased this year. It seems to increase each year, but we also received some grant funding in 2023 to cover some of the audit expenses, and that grant funding did not carry over to 2024. Data and information technology saw the biggest decrease this year, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge David Patch, who's sitting behind me, to credit this. He's been our Chief Technology Officer for all of 4 months, but has quickly jumped into some great savings, totaling over $100,000 in the 2024 budget. But there's also some great ideas that he's working on for continued savings in 2024 as well. We did see the elimination of some one-time expenses from 2023, some implementation costs for some new software that contributed to 2023. But I will just say again, I'm very grateful to have somebody managing this work. And because the position was vacant for so many months, and it's been great to have David here. And then Human Resources didn't see much of a change. They saw a slight reduction in the budget because of the reorganization of staff, but had a little bit of increase in some professional services and other work that they needed to do. So it was about the same as 2023. The second section of the Administrative Services budget is what I described on Monday as the general government section. I mentioned also that we might need to give this a better, more descriptive name in 2024. But this area makes up about 17% of the general fund. And this budget consists of 4 different areas. The first one here is community involvement. This is the smallest of the 4 areas, but it includes contributions to the community, like to the library, to LEMSA, to the Lancaster Rec Center, and some others. Our general insurance package is the next area. Fringe benefits is the third, and that includes medical contributions and pension contributions, as well as some others, but those are the main contributors. And finally, the debt service line is included in this budget as well. Mentioned many of the changes in this budget on Monday, but I'll review them again quickly here. Community involvement changed very little. We did have a very slight decrease in the Human Relations Commission, but that's simply to align more with historic spending for that line. Insurance package premiums increased slightly, so that adjusted by about 3%. The fringe benefits, mentioned this a lot on Monday, but they saw increases of about $575,000, and those were broken down between medical and pension contributions. And then as you can see here, the debt service was the largest increase, so that was about $1 million in increase. This is the last increase from the 2024 bond financing. So I guess a little piece of good news moving into 2025 is that if we don't need to incur any additional debt, this line item will not increase over the until 2029, again, assuming that we're not incurring any additional debt. So I want to spend just a few minutes before we jump into questions talking about some of the accomplishments for 2023 as well as 2024 goals, and I'll try to go through these quickly. So I will say 2023 was a lot of transition for the Administrative Services Department. Patrick Hopkins announced his retirement in 2022, and in preparation for his retirement, there were some shifts that happened. Barry Handwerger and Jess King spent a lot of time with some of the functions of administrative services at the beginning of the year to help prepare for Patrick's leaving. And in addition, as you will hear, 3 of the 4 bureau chiefs are actually new in 2023, and so there was a lot of moving parts. And I would say there's still a lot of moving parts, but we've been able to settle some of those moving parts now. And I would say most of those moving parts come with the retirement of a longtime employee. So this is transition that happens. I'll say briefly, when I started in September, we reorganized the department a little bit, mainly around some terminology. So the Bureau of Accounting became the Bureau of Accounting and Finance to better reflect kind of all aspects of the work that they do. The Bureau of Treasury had previously been housed under the Bureau of Accounting and Finance, and that was moved out into its own bureau. Bureau of Information Technology became the Bureau of Data and Technology, and we've actually pulled 2 positions that work with data and GIS analytics into this bureau to better align the functionality of the work that they do. I'll just mention that the time that these 2 positions spent was actually being charged. Some of it was actually being charged already to this department, but they were reporting through the org chart of Public Works. So we've shifted that now. And then the Bureau of Human Resources restructured internally within the Bureau. I'll describe that more when I talk about their other accomplishments in a bit here. And then, again, as I mentioned, we moved Fund Development Services under the Administrative Services. So because Fund Development isn't their own bureau, I'm going to just talk a little bit about the work that we did and that Jen continues to do in this area. So this year we had another strong grant year. 80 grants were awarded or submitted. We had 19 million in awards in 2023 and another 21.6 million that was written in 2023 that we're waiting on decisions about. For the 2024 goals, I'm not going to talk through all of these, but I will just mention that the key performance indicators is one that comes from directly from the strategic goals that we have around data informed decision making. And so some of this work has started in 2023, but I'm excited to really dive into this a bit more organization wide. Yeah, I won't mention any more of them, but yeah, we can talk about them more in any questions that you might have. So looking specifically at the bureaus, I want to highlight a few accomplishments from each of the 4 bureaus and talk a little bit about goals for next year. So for the Bureau of Accounting and Finance, this is the only bureau that didn't see a change in leadership this year for administrative services. So Vaughn Wynn is here today, and she has been very instrumental in the budget process, in the audit process, and a lot of other things throughout the year. So in 2023, we again received an unqualified opinion audit, which basically signifies good financial management and process. So we're very happy about that. Team started to improve the budget process this year with both accounting and HR picking up much larger roles than they had in the past. And we were able to complete the budget 2 weeks earlier than we have in past years, which was really great. And also there was a functional analysis done by an outside consulting group this year for accounting and treasury. This helps us kind of look at 2024 goals, but it also really gave us positive support that the team is doing good work. In 2024, real quickly, we're currently testing a movement towards some electronic payments to vendors, which would eliminate a lot of paper checks. We're starting to evaluate our payroll process to see if we can determine where we can gain some efficiencies there. We're working with the data and technology team to implement a ticketing system for help requests. So the system is currently being used for IT help requests, and we're also setting it up for the HR team to use by the end of 2023. We're also looking at it for external customers for the Treasury, so all of the bureaus will be in the same system in 2024. And also we're in the final process of implementing connection with Planet and our core processing system. So Planet is integrates public safety timekeeping into the core processing, which helps eliminate much of the manual entry that's being done. Treasury, we hired a new Treasury chief at the beginning of 2023, Julie Taylor. She has been with the city for 17 years, most recently as a customer care supervisor in the Treasury, but moved into an interim and then permanent role at the beginning of 2023. The Treasury was able again this year, I know this was part of the presentation last year, they collaborated with CAP, with LIWAP, Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, with the PA Homeowners Assistance Fund, and with a few other organizations to offer about little over 88,000 in utility assistance support for customers this year. The Treasury also took a huge lift in moving water and sewer billing from quarterly billing to monthly billing this year. With any large shift like this, you discover bugs, but the Treasury team has really jumped into the work, and I feel like they've provided really excellent support in adjusting and navigating as we're working through that transition. Treasury also worked actually really closely with communications to get some education out to customers mainly through the water bills and through that process. for initiative that we're doing to inventory lead lines, and I believe that's going to be talked about a bit more in the Public Works area. And in addition, I won't go through these, but we initiated some good automations this year, again, to just save time and avoid a manual entry of some of these payments. So in 2024, our first goal actually is to upgrade our current customer system for accessing and paying utility bills. So we know that, especially with the move to monthly billing, this has been a source of frustration, and we have since signed a contract to upgrade the system in early 2024. And this upgrade will also include an option to set up automatic payments, which I know has been something that a lot of people have asked about, and it has not been an option in our current system. So we're pretty excited about that. And again, we're working on, I should mention here, we're working on the ticketing system. We're also working on getting our phone systems finally completed, the upgrade. I believe this upgrade actually started in 2022, so it's been a process, but we're in the final stages now. And once it's upgraded, we'll have a true phone queue, which will really help with again, handling customer support. Moving on to data and technology. So David started, as I mentioned, about 4 months ago. He's really hit the ground running. So with his hire, again, the Bureau was restructured a little bit to include the data team. And we have since he came on board, we've also hired a system network administrator, which was a vacant position for a little while. One of the goals in 2023 one of the goals in the last presentation was to select a work order management system, asset management system for the city, and that has since been done. So CityWorks was selected as that system, and there's a lot of work that's currently being done in that system. I believe it's we're planning to go live with that system in mid-2024. And the virtual PM system was something that was implemented as well. This is a project management system, a digital project management system that's really going to help mainly the Public Works Department, but throughout the city as well. We rolled out new printers, which is actually a real highlight because it's going to give us some savings and also be able to track a little bit more how we're printing and what we're using them for. So that was great. And as I already mentioned, been working hard on looking at how do we identify consolidation and cost savings through technology. So in 2024, a couple of goals. We are working to finalize some hardware leases. So these are leases. You'll hear more about the fleet leases in Public Works, and I believe Police is going to talk about that as well. So this is similar to that. We're trying to do some leases for our PCs so that we can make sure our technology is up to date, as well as find some savings for the city. Currently working on finishing a pretty major overhaul for network and workstations at the police department. We received a grant last year to work through some of this and are now able to upgrade a lot of things that have needed upgrading there. A big goal for 2024 is to complete hiring for the team. We've had a number of vacant positions on this team for quite some time, and so we're excited to get a full team actually going. I mentioned the CityWorks implementation. The security camera rollout is also going to be completed probably in the first quarter of the year, but this is mainly around our utilities, so water and wastewater areas. The lead service line inventory I mentioned, but the data and technology team is also very involved in this. And then finally, now that we are feeling like we have a full team or close to a full team to manage the work, David and I are really looking at completing a longer-term data and technology plan. All right, and the last bureau, last but not least, we also saw leadership change in human resources in 2023. So Sharon Allen Spann was serving as the interim chief. In addition to her work with leadership and diversity for the city, she has been with the city, I believe, about 10 years, but began her permanent bureau chief role in early 2023. Since that time, she's done a lot of reorganization in the bureau, mainly kind of dividing the work into two primary groups. I'll focus on talent acquisition, which is the hiring side, and talent retention, really looking at professional development and growth and benefits for our employees. So they've hired managers. Both of those positions were vacant, hired 2 new managers this year, and now has a full team after a number of months. I'm gonna. You can see here all of the things that they have accomplished. There were a lot of new systems that were in place this year. Want to just briefly mention the competency framework. This is something that was started in 2023, and it's a result of the strategic plan goal, the goal of culture of inclusion and public service. The framework is really designed to look at how we relate to each other and how we can do this better as a team. And the framework's going to be fleshed out a lot more in 2024, but it's a big part of our work. It was a big part of our work this year and will be again. I think I'm going to, before I talk about 2024 goals, I'm just going to jump to this because I wanted to just also give a real brief kind of numbers look at HR. Many of the accomplishments and the goals that I have listed on here are outside of what I would call routine work. So I wanted to just note that, all of these bureaus have been doing a lot of work this year on these accomplishments, but there's also routine work that happens. And so this is, I think, gives a good indication of that. So for the first time this year, really, we actually have some really good data that Human Resources is collecting around the work that they do. And so we're receiving monthly, updates on this as a leadership team, but also this just kind of gives a snapshot for you. So if you look at this, and if you look at the new hire, rehire, transfer and promotion pieces, that's about 165 positions. So it's 165 positions that have shifted or moved or hired this year, which is approximately 30% of the total of the city. So that's a lot of routine work happening in the midst of all of these accomplishments as well. So I just wanted to give them that shout out too. All right, back to the 2024 goals. I'm almost done. So as I mentioned, a big goal is the continued progress for the competency framework. And now that the full team is organized and in place, we're also focusing on the development of a comprehensive people strategy, which was a new term for me, but that's basically a long-term strategy for how we hire and retain support and talent for the city. We're also, you can see here some of the other things that they're working on, really a focus again on kind of talent acquisition and how we make sure we have support for hiring managers and for new hires from day one, really through the first 3 months. We're going to have a refocus on leader development and talent retention, which includes a relaunch of our engagement survey, which was put on hold with all of the transitions last year. And then again, the ticketing system that I talked about earlier. This isn't all of the goals, but this is some of the goals for 2024, and all of these are included in the budget in those numbers as we think about that. All right.
All right, thank you, Director Campbell, for the presentation. So we'll start with the council questions. I only have one question. I saw a few of the 2024 goals for the bureaus was hiring a complete team. But how many employees are we looking to hire across the whole Department of Administrative Services for 2024? And if they aren't filled, would we possibly be able to go with some of those vacancies into 2025?
So we would have there's only 3 open positions right now within the Bureau, and I would say that we're actively looking for those, so I don't know that they would remain vacant too long. It would be pretty hard to move those into vacancies for 2025, I would say. One of them is we're collecting applications for right now, so the other 2 will come on pretty early in 2024.
Thank you. I'll open up questions to council. Any questions? Council Walsh.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple questions. There was one slide that you had stating the change in grant submissions and receipts.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering, that's something to be commended for sure. And I wanted to know, do you have bench lines from what last year looked like to this year so you can see that percentage of growth?
So I do, but I don't have them offhand, but we can add those to the website so that we can get that information for you.
Yeah, I think that's really important for not only us to see, but residents to see as well, because that is very time consuming.
Yeah.
And if it's not applied for or even, competed for, that's money that we leave on the table. And I think that's really something that your team should be proud of.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get that information.
Great, thank you. And I just have one more question with the HR department, or the HR bureau, With the retention rates, it said that you were starting to move towards a new strategy, and I really appreciated the breakdown of some of the shifts and transitions throughout the year. And I was wondering if you also have a benchmark for retention now, because obviously you can see some of the pieces where there were resignations or there was retirements or things like that. But I was curious if you have a benchmark for the retention rate that we're currently sitting at.
So I do not right now. One of the things that we recognized, or I would say Sharon, it wasn't me, Sharon recognized pretty early on, is that we really needed to get better about data-informed decision-making in the HR Bureau as well. And so she's really been trying to establish a baseline this year. So more to come on that in 2024. We're going to be able to do some real good comparisons because we actually are collecting some of the data now, but I don't have a baseline at this point for that.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Council Walsh. Are there any other questions from council? Council, please.
Thank you, Councilor Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And overall, how is your budget compared to the previous years?
So we are down about 6% from 2023. Is that, you're looking at last year's budget?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the operating budget for the year is down about 6%. Now the general government work, that's up about 15% from last year.
Okay. And has there been public consultation in the budgeting process?
Has there been public consideration?
No, consultation, public engagement, was the public involved?
I think this is part of that public involvement. So this would be the time for public to give some feedback on it. Since we've.
And when you were putting the budget together, has there been any consultation of the public?
Sure. Yeah. We don't have necessarily public input as we're putting it together, the draft, but this would be the time. This is a draft, so this would be the time to really get the input from the budget.
Okay. And are there mechanisms in place to give feedback to the public, during the execution of the budget for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah. So the budget is online for the public to view. They can give us feedback through these council meetings. So there's, I think, a couple more opportunities to provide that before the budget is approved by council. We also have, again, because there might not be enough time to get all of the questions answered today, we're going to have a list of questions on the website, so people can go in there and see responses to that as well.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. No further questions.
Thank you, Council, please. Are there any further questions from council? All right, at this time, we will open up questions to the public. Are there any questions from the public? Please come up to the podium.
Just make a note, the mic is new, so you're looking for a green light.
Thank you. Good morning. Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. I'm on the Home Rule Study Commission, and we were shared a state report from several years ago with recommendations for changes that might assist the city's overall financial position. And in that document, one of the things they included was 2020 ratio of debt service to overall expenditures, which I think was 9% at that time. And I was just wondering if you could share now or at a later time what the current ratio of debt service to expenditures is.
Yeah, I don't have the percentage right in front of me, but we are at about, if I can find the number here. The total debt servicing for the year is about 6.6 million of 73 million for the general fund. Now that includes the general fund. I can get the enterprise funds as well.
Okay. It was 5.6 in 23, and I think the charts that we saw were 5.6 earlier than that. I presume a lot of that has to do with interest rates, but I think you said something about what might be driving the difference, but I was wondering if you could reiterate that.
Sure. Yeah. So the change in this is really around the debt service load. So there are some interest rate changes. There were some times that we were able to refinance, which actually decreased the debt servicing a little bit. But this is largely from how much debt we're currently carrying. So in 2022, there was a bond issue, which increased the debt. The actual debt that we're carrying, and that is reflected in this. Oftentimes, the first year after that bond reissue, it's not as much of a charge in principal as following years. So that's the reflection here.
Can you tell me a little bit about what the bond issue or reissue generally does? Is that like a bond to consolidate lots of different debts and pay those, and then now we have one thing, or is it a capital kind of expenditure for fire stations or something like that?
Yeah, so in general, I'll just quickly say this, in general, that these are really capital expenditures. So we can show you the list. Actually, I think the list is on our website, but it's mainly capital expenditures.
Thank you.
If I could layer onto that, if I may. During the tenure of Patrick Hawkins, we took advantage of very low interest rates to refinance previous debt. So debt that was going back to 2016, 2017, early years. So the refinancing of that lowered our overall debt obligations in certain years, which is why that number dropped to like 5%. And those savings were artificial, but because they were like 1 year savings. And then they escalate again. And then we added additional debt issuance over top. That pays for our street repairs, it pays for park improvements, it pays for the new fire stations, etc. So that is the new debt that Tina is talking about, Director Campbell is talking about this morning. It is a really important question, and it is something that we're looking at in terms of what our overall percent of debt should be for the city of Lancaster. It has been under 10% for many, many years, and it is our goal to keep it under 10%. And I think that that's something that we are, as part of the long-term financial planning that Director Campbell is going to be engaging in across all of our debt funds, set target amounts for each fund. So the water fund, the amount of debt carried in that department or in that fund is 36%, because it is a very capital-intensive effort to maintain our water system. So there are different debt thresholds for each of our enterprise funds as well as the general fund, but the general fund, the goal is to keep it under 10%. And that's something that we're going to have to really weigh in future years as we talk about the parks master plan and how we fund that, how we continue to fund street repairs and things like that.
Thank you, Mayor. Any further questions from the public? Mr. Stuhlberg.
Tim Stuhlter, One United Lancaster. Two questions. First, regarding the billing enhancement for utility billing. What is the timeline for implementing that, and is that one-time capital expense, or is that going to be an ongoing expense from year to year?
Yeah, so I'll say that it's not necessarily an enhancement for billing, but an enhancement for customers to be able to see their bills better and to pay them better. So we're anticipating in the first quarter of 2024. We don't have the schedule from the vendor yet, but that is the anticipation. And it is a one-time expense. It's actually an upgrade of the system that we currently have, so it will not be an annual expense.
And second, we're projecting a reduced budget for 2024 as opposed to 2023. Looking toward 2025, 2026, do we anticipate revenue expenses starting to creep back up, or would there be opportunities for further efficiencies?
Yeah. So in our operating side, I think there's for sure opportunities for further efficiencies in 2025 and beyond, because we are also new and still working at this. We're still identifying those, but we're already identifying some of them that I think you'll see in 2024 as well. For the general government side, so for this slide that's up here, I think fringe benefits are going to be something that we're going to continue to need to watch, because medical and pension, I think, will continue to climb. We talked about debt servicing a little bit, but that's a piece that we also need to continue to watch.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the public? We do have some time, so Mr. Baldwin, if you have another question.
There was an earlier slide at the beginning around, I think it had the water billing change, which attributed like an 8% increase. Do you remember that? I was wondering if you could jump back. Carl Feldman, 600 block Hamilton Street. Yep. I think this is it.
Yeah, so you're probably referring to the Treasury Department?
That's it, yeah. So we also, in the report that was provided from the state with recommendations, one of the recommendations was to move to monthly billing, which ultimately we know the city has done. And you're eating a little bit of a cost increase to do that. What's like the actual on that? Like it's 8%, but is it like actually that much?
So you'll see, so I'll qualify this by saying it's not that much in the general fund, but you'll see the increase more in the water fund, which I believe you'll see in the Public Works section. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but we can get that for you. But you can see the 8% increase here from 2023 to 2024 is really only about $11,000.
Okay.
And this is the general fund.
This was indicated on the state report as like, this is the one thing you're going to have to deal with if you move to monthly billing. Of course, slight increase in mailing. But I wonder if the city could speak at all about how the change to do this, in fact, as opposed to just do just what was recommended, kind of nets out. So you're spending more on mailing. Okay. Does that actually net out ahead or put the city in a more comfortable position overall?
So that will be determined more over the next year. Since we started this in August, we don't have a lot of data yet to show how it's going to net out, because it's only been a couple of months since we've been doing it. But that will be tracked. We already are tracking that, so we will be tracking that over the next year. So I'll be able to answer that better over the next year.
All right, thanks.
Councilor Lees, Councilor Roy, I think you had a question. Go ahead.
Councilor Ahmed. Thank you, Director Campbell, for the presentation. Quick question regarding the grant portion of items. Going into 2024, do we anticipate a slowdown in opportunities for grant, or slowdown for grant opportunities, or does that pretty much stay stable as far as opportunities for us to go after?
Yeah, I don't anticipate a slowdown. I think there's a slight slowdown right now because of my transition. We need to hire another person. That's one of the 3 that we need to hire. But we're seeing still a lot of things coming out from both of the federal bills, the bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act, that we can jump on. There's also a really good opportunity through the Economic Development Administration that we actually already applied for, but there would be more to come on that as well. So I think there's still a lot of opportunity out there for us.
Thank you. And Councilor Roy. Any further questions from the public? Go once, go twice. Thank you, Director Campbell.
All right, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. If there's any written questions from the public, we could collect them at this time. If not, we will move on to the Department of Public Works with Director Campbell. All right, Director Campbell, whenever you are ready, you have 30 minutes.
Very good. Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you the DPW proposed budget for 2024. I also want to thank the efforts of everyone on the DPW team who contributed to this budget, most notably the division chiefs, Cindy McCormick, Christine Volke-Hilditch, Matt Metzler, and our newest addition to the team in a position that has been vacant for quite some time, Molly Degger. The challenge of this year's budget is in remaining cost-effective while not reducing services to the people who live, work, and play in the city of Lancaster. And my challenge is to try to present budget numbers for all 5 funds in 30 minutes. Is it clearer now?
We're getting a little feedback.
Very good. DPW is comprised of about 210 people, and just over 36% are residents of the city. Further, the average age in DPW is 47. The demographic breakdown is 33% people of color and 18% women. This past year, we have had 7 promotions within the department. In addition, of all positions available within DPW, 39% have been filled by persons already within DPW. And this year alone, 60% of our retirees spent 25 or more years in DPW, including the retirement of Donnie Kirkner, former Bureau Chief of Transmission and Distribution, who made his entire 48-year career moving up the ranks in DPW. We celebrated 5 retirements this year with combined service of more than 165 years. We are aware of the role that DPW plays in the City of Lancaster as an opportunity for employment, and our efforts contribute to not just providing one good job, we endeavor to make one good career when a person joins DPW. By now, I hope you're familiar with the org chart of the department. There have been a couple of changes that should help the city operate better. First, the data and GIS section has moved from the Public Right-of-Way Division to Administrative Services, as Director Tina Campbell had mentioned. And second, under Sustainability Division, there had been a section called Resilience related to flooding and storms. This is an integral part of the Climate Action Plan, and so we have subsumed it into that. This year's Public Works budget is about $81 million, which is about 4.7% higher in the aggregate than last year. This is less than 1/3 of last year's overall increase. This has also been a transition year. We developed a 30-year capital plan in both water and wastewater, a 10-year capital plan in stormwater, and performed facility condition assessments for our buildings and parks. These are all tools for better long-term planning, giving the city greater control in managing debt service and to smooth out our investment and obligations. The only rate increase proposed in this year's DPW budget is in wastewater, to commit to the baseline of our sewer infrastructure and reduce the impact that DEP's long-term control plan will burden us with. In water, although no new increase is proposed this year, the DSIC, or Distribution System Improvement Charge, will go into effect early in 2024 and is the means by which horizontal infrastructure capital investment gets paid. The proportions of the funds to the overall DPW budget have been very consistent year after year. Graphically, you can see that 3/4 of the Public Works budget is related to water and wastewater utilities. Just over 46% is water and 28% is wastewater, the same as last year. Oops. We represent the fund distribution in the manner shown here to align the funding with the division that manages it. Amounts are very similar to last year with the following key changes. Decrease in the engineering arena, largely due to less medical insurance costs. Does this mean we currently have a healthier workforce? I'm not sure. A large part of the construction and operations, still modest increase, is due to the 3% increase in salary of the Ask Me contract, which covers nearly 115 of the C&O staff. And sustainability environment has refocused to support the city's green infrastructure. The division called the Public Right-of-Way is led by our dedicated city engineer, Cindy McCormick, and includes engineering and transportation, and addresses how we make our city safe, pedestrian-friendly, accessible, and engaging to our residents, and provides a good experience within the city. The city has significantly increased the means of engaging the community in the ideation and the design processes. Much of the work in PRW directly affects communities and the public. I draw your attention to the first two items under the column 2024, 1.6 million and the 658. These are the dollars that are reflected related to the Office of Engineering and the Director's Office. We work with all of you as well as with all other departments and many city organizations, etc. Costs overall in the Director's Office and Engineering are down, largely due to the reallocations of medical insurance, which went down by 14%. Costs for professional contracts and technology contract services have gone up, though, to fulfill levels of engagement, and as well as the heavily design-focused aspects of Vision Zero, Parks Master Planning, and community outreach. This year, our Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan is underway, which will set the direction for an integrated park network for the city. And our sidewalk loan program is moving forward with great success. DPW prides itself in working with communities. In our efforts to be fully dedicated to your quality of life, we recognize that there is still a long way to go to improve the process. We increase the engagement work of our consultants, and we work closely with the Department of Neighborhood Engagement in this arena as well. Nearly 3/4 of our streets are considered in the PCI, or Pavement Condition Index, to be in fair, good, or excellent condition. Unfortunately, due to the extent of the street infrastructure, this means that more than 15% of the streets are still in very poor condition, a situation that we hope can be remedied by more self-performance. By best management practices, we should be spending $1.7 to $2 million annually in street paving. Right now, we are hovering at only about 1.2 to 1.3 million, which is why it is so important to do as much self-performance as possible. The crown jewel of the public right-of-way is the Vision Zero program, an extension of the Safe Streets program, and is committed to the elimination of serious injuries and deaths in the public right-of-way by 2030. With the grant of $12.7 million, we anticipate implementing most of the program by 2028, so we can measure and tweak the initiative's performance in 2029 and 2030. The first two rows show gross KSI, or killed serious injury, crashes throughout the city and in the high injury network. Numbers are taken at the end of the year, so there are not figures represented for this year as yet. Our active transportation bicycle network is an integral part of the county-wide active transportation and is truly taking off. Our modest investments in bike share and in the bicycle infrastructure have shown an uptake in bicycle ridership throughout. Facilities installed this year at Christian Street and Lemon Street increased the current in-city network by 2 lane miles, or 12% this year alone. We will add 3 more lane miles next year, thereby increasing our network by about 30% over a 2-year period. Construction and Operations is the largest division in numbers of staff, led by the experienced Matt Metzler. It consolidates the bureaus listed here. The primary role of C&O is to build, maintain, clean, and take care of our city's infrastructure, both vertical infrastructure, buildings and parks, and horizontal infrastructure, water and wastewater network and streets. The portion of the general fund that supports construction and operations is in the second column from the line that starts streets administration down through parks. So it's the numbers 157,000 down through 1.153 million. In the version I had done before, it had been highlighted, and I apologize that it's not highlighted to accentuate it for you right now. Some of the budget changes in this area include streets maintenance, which is responsible for paving streets, cleaning streets, clearing them of leaves, and leading the snow brigades, had an increase related mostly to filling existing vacancies. Traffic, which also filled vacancies and increased contract services to install and implement piano keys and delineators, as well as other areas of Vision Zero. The increase in motor vehicles is in part personnel and in part vehicles upgrade. And the increase in parks administration is largely contract services to continue to train our personnel, as well as upgrade some of the playgrounds. 2023 was quite a year for paving. Last year, we self-performed 8 times as much paving as we had the year before, and this year we paved 3 times that much again. Now our norm is to self-perform paving outside of the paving performed by UGI, PennDOT, and PPL. 2024 has less paving planned, both for self-performance and by the utility companies. And as a note, of the nearly 300 fix-it requests, 175 were related to streets. The vast majority of those were addressed within days, if not hours, of the initial requests. The street paving and our ability to self-perform is increasingly a significant part of the paving solution. It provides for better cost control, better control of the schedule, and greater pride in the work of the city. For example, in 2021, 1/2 lane mile was self-performed. In 2022, 3.8 lane miles were self-performed. For 2023, we had planned to self-perform 7.8, but actually did 10.2 miles, or 1/3 more within the same budget. As you can see, street paving is distributed pretty well throughout the city. The orange was paved during 2023, the dark blue-green is what is planned for 2024, and the purple is what is forecast for 2025, much of which aligns with the broad Chesapeake active transportation infrastructure, which will connect McCaskey with communities in Southeast and Southwest by bike. The streets of Lancaster are being transformed, and the city and the traffic office is responsible for much of what you see on a daily basis. This includes the increase in high visibility piano keys at nearly 400 crosswalks, and we installed quick-build daylighting delineators at 16 intersections throughout the city. We continue to increase the numbers of traffic signals and signs installed and repaired, and the upgrading of streetlights to LED, which not only gives us better quality light, it reduces energy costs to provide that lighting, which is consistent with our climate action plan. One of the more innovative initiatives we've undertaken going into 2024 is to revamp the fleet contract. We realized several things. The current fleet's age and mileage is impacting the overall fleet budget. About 1/3 of our current light and medium fleet is over 10 years old. Our average age of fleet is 7.7. Maintenance is currently averaging $150 per vehicle, which is nearly 3 times what it should cost for a healthy fleet. Management of that fleet is a daunting task. We contracted with a company that gave us the following: lower sustainable fleet cost that is predictable year over year, a reduced overall fuel spend through more fuel-efficient vehicles, and it leveraged an open-ended lease to maximize cash flow opportunities. The results are a saving of over $2.5 million over the next 10 years, and annual savings conservatively at $250,000, which is at least a 10% savings year by year. And the savings are distributed across the entire city portfolio, not just DPW, as indicated in the last column in red. There are significant savings even in the first year among certain of the departments. For example, for just one example, police shows a whopping $250,000 in fleet savings in its first year with this new contract. Overall, that is a savings of almost $47,000 in the general fund alone, and you see that there are savings in the other funds as well. For the first time in the City of Lancaster's history, we have performed facility condition assessments for all of our buildings and parks. This provides us tools for short and long-term capital planning, which will make it easier to budget properly in the future, but also to make informed decisions about our built infrastructure and have more control over when and how much to spend on our buildings and parks. As we move into 2024, the Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan is moving towards its completion. Key elements of that plan focus on not only greater accessibility for all, but lower maintenance while increasing security. It also focuses on better engagement with community organizations and their ability to partner with the park's infrastructure. As you will hear in the wastewater section, much of the cost incurred in wastewater and the collections portfolio is related to two things. First, prevention, represented by an ongoing program to reline our more vulnerable service lines and reduce sewer line breaks. And secondly, stabilizing the wastewater system. As we move into the next phase of the city's consent decree, we need to ensure that our existing system is stable. As most of our wastewater infrastructure is in pretty good shape, even with more than three quarters of it being more than 50 years old, a key investment is the relining of approximately 5% of the system per year. DPW's water transmission and distribution portfolio, now led by Mike Belfino, manages and maintains 3.3 million linear feet of water and T&D lines. That's nearly 630 miles of line. Our water infrastructure is in a variety of conditions and is perhaps our most critical as it provides that most precious of resources, clean drinking water. This team repairs and replaces T&D lines around the clock. The T&D budget increased by about 7.5% due to staffing, increased trenching work, and capital outlays for extraordinary installations. As I hope everyone knows by now, the City of Lancaster and every municipality in the country must verify the material of all of its water service lines, both on the public and the private side, by October 16th of 2024. To be in compliance with the revised US EPA lead and copper rule, this represents 51,000 water service lines to be verified in the City of Lancaster alone. This is a mandate for which we continue to seek grant dollars to the greatest extent possible to fulfill. Any lines whose material is not confirmed by that date will be considered to be lead, and the city will be required to budget for those lines' replacement on a very aggressive schedule. You will continue to hear more about this program as we progress through the identification process and establish cost-effective means of replacement. The solid waste and recycling program is generally in good shape, in large part due to our timing in bringing on the current waste management contract almost 3 years ago, before huge price increases took effect. SW&R is a huge proponent of environmental and quality of life elements such as volunteerism, embodied in the Adopt It program, where you can adopt a compost bin, adopt a block, you can adopt almost anything in the public right-of-way. Urban gardening, recycling, and the yard waste program. Solid waste and recycling is its own enterprise fund. The costs of operating SW&R have been kept down except for the two items over which we have no control: hauling fees and tipping fees, which make up 88% of the increase in SW&R. Even though we continue to project conservatively for solid waste and recycling, our recycling drop-off total tonnage continues to stay relatively high and continues to provide modest revenue infusion to this fund. The rebranding and relaunching of Adopt-A-Block to Adopt It took place in May of 2023. This is the spearhead of DPW's volunteer and community participation efforts. A new logo was created and an interactive website was created where volunteers and interested parties can go to log their cleanups or to apply to adopt a block that is in need. The utilities, water and wastewater, are a single division under the expertise of Christine Volke-Hilditch. Her background, experience, and commitment to this work ensures Lancaster's potable water is clean to drink and to use. The Utilities Division also oversees the responsible management of wastewater and our combined sewer overflows, and thereby for Lancaster's consent decree to ensure that the water going into the Conestoga River is managed wisely. Starting with our wastewater system, the Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant has a capacity of 32 million gallons per day. The system's infrastructure includes 8 pumping stations, a laboratory, and 14 pumping stations of the Suburban Lancaster Sewer Authority. 20 million gallons, or 2/3 of the current capacity, is treated daily and discharged into the Conestoga River. We remain in full compliance with all U.S. EPA and Pennsylvania DEP regulations. In order to ensure a constant, steady baseline of performance as the foundation for our consent decree, we believe we need to do several things. 1, make it clear to DEP that we consistently manage the quality of water that flows back into the Conestoga River. 2, make it clear that we have continued to invest in conservative technology and to address the least predictable areas for potential breaks and subsurface challenges. And 3, be cost-effective and cost-efficient in the management of the infrastructure. This year's rate increase in the sewer rate is strategically timed, as 2024 is the year when the actual plan for the consent decree will be proposed by the city and hopefully selected by DEP. Cost changes in wastewater include medical insurance increases, nearly $300,000, nutrient credit purchases, where we need to budget $250,000. Last year, we did not spend any due to the dryness of the year, but we expect we need to, for the coming year, spend this kind of chemical input. Fleet vehicles cost were down by nearly $70,000, which contributes to the reduction in the collections budget. And chemicals for treatment required to ensure compliance with what is put back into the river is up by about $140,000. Regarding the U.S. EPA consent decree, I will not go into detail at this time, as early in 2024, DPW will be making a more in-depth presentation to Council on the progress of the work. Suffice it to say, though, that we are still awaiting comments from EPA on our water quality model, and we are fully prepared to meet the aggressive 6-month schedule for submitting a plan once the water quality model is approved. Water. There is but one purpose for the water utility: to provide safe drinking water to the 48,000 customers within the city and 120,000 customers throughout the system, including 9 surrounding municipalities. To do this, it must meet all federal and state water quality standards and fulfill the requirements of the Public Utility Commission. Key challenges to meeting those standards include the cost of providing and maintaining such an extensive system, including the sourcing of raw water from 2 rivers, providing adequate storage provisions to maintain water pressure, and withstanding weather and technological uncertainties. 15 years ago, our system invested in membrane filtration technology, which addresses particulates, bacteria, and viruses, after which a chlorine-based disinfectant is added. We constantly adjust pH levels, add corrosion inhibitors to protect our infrastructure, and add fluoride. This infrastructure is constantly monitored. Ours is an aging infrastructure. Recent and ongoing investments include the South Tank installation and South Tank pumping station, the large diameter pipe, and in addition, the system must address issues of leak detection, lead service line replacement, PFAS, PFOA, and as well be aware of other threats looming on the horizon. This is an ongoing challenge for the water utility. The water fund budget increase this year is about 4.4%. The areas where these costs changed most are summarized as follows: administration costs, including temporary salaries and staffing, medical insurance, and additional postage for notifications related to lead and PFAS, chemical for water treatment and fuel for the plants, and lab contract services has been up related to water quality assurances. There have been some decreases in the budget, including decrease in debt service. The water meter shop costs are down now that the e-meters are in place, and the lab supplies and lab vehicles costs are down. The division that most people still know as stormwater is Sustainability and Environment, or S&E. S&E is about the city's place within the natural environment. This includes stormwater and the trees that help absorb and control it, but also the aspect of trees that moderate the urban heat island effect, reduce your cooling bills, clean your air, and enhance your property values. The management of stormwater keeps the streets and green infrastructure clean so as to reduce pollutants that go into the Conestoga. It controls episodic flooding, and it enforces stormwater management regulations and ordinances. By bringing on Molly Dager as the new Deputy Director for Sustainability and Environment, I believe the city can not only better fulfill its goals related to the groundbreaking city effort, which is the Climate Action Plan, but we can realize the potential of stormwater management as it needs to be understood. 10 to 12 years ago, the city embarked on a very ambitious program of green infrastructure, rain gardens, forebays, stormwater retention basins, and restoration areas that catapulted the city into the forefront of environmental stewardship. Much of the infrastructure addressed the special subsurfaces, flooding, and environmental conditions specific to Lancaster, but they also predated the current consent decree. Initially, EPA did not give weight or value to the impactful nature of green infrastructure. It wanted direct metrics. Build this today, get that result tomorrow. This gray infrastructure is very expensive. By comparison, green infrastructure is much less expensive to install. Over the last 3 years, we have been successful in getting EPA to give measurable value to our green infrastructure portfolio. It is dependent on being able to predictably measure its impact in terms of water volume and water quality, and to hold the line and or increase its impact on water management. Even though the Stormwater Fund has increased the highest percentage of any of the funds this year at 13.4%, this is in part due to deferred expenses, now filled vacancies, and necessary investments to fulfill the promise of green infrastructure as part of our consent decree package. Budget changes in stormwater include professional services being down next year, consent decree related services being up next year, debt service being up for both interest and principal, and the trees personnel is up. We actually brought on an arborist of comparable skills to the legendary Jim Bauer, but trees overall went down, in part addressed by the grant funding that we received. A key green infrastructure metric is the volume of stormwater managed per year per sewer shed. Our goal is to either manage or reduce the amount of water in each sewer shed. This chart shows that our GI is managing more and more of the stormwater, which in the long run will reduce the volume of water to be managed by the CSOs. This chart shows the total acreage dedicated to green infrastructure managing impervious surfaces throughout the city and the amounts added year by year. Several huge projects will be underway in design in 2024 and will be put into service in later years, likely 2026 and 2028. Predictable maintenance is critical to the success of the green infrastructure. The investment in our new Triveris allows us to utilize GI as a metric. One swipe over properly installed permeable pavements increased percolation rates by 10 to 40 times. Literally, what may have taken up to 2 years to percolate now drains in just a few minutes. It is miraculous to see, you've got to see it at some point, and proves the value of pervious paving in stormwater management. And although we are in the early days of implementing the $1.5 million in grant funding for increasing the tree canopy, we have been able to address old, diseased, and dead trees and target tree plantings in the parks and our existing riparian plantings. Further, we will increase tree planting nearly 5-fold in 2024. So in conclusion, I hope you will see that in every arena, we are endeavoring to work smarter and to be good stewards of the precious funds made available to perform, in some cases, Herculean tasks. The entire team is constantly in cost savings mode and is tremendously proud not only of the work performed, but also to build a career in their hometown. They wear their DPW t-shirts and jackets with pride and welcome input from the public, even if unhappy input, because this is the way we are able to make the city better. They are genuinely dedicated to your quality of life. I'll be very happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Did I hit 30 minutes?
30 minutes on the dot.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Campbell. And first, just commend the DPW for their efforts, mainly also around your efforts in capital planning and the aggressive grant funding that you guys have been applying for. My only question is, with stabilizing the water and the wastewater systems with some of our older infrastructure, what will that look like in 2025 and beyond as it goes towards the budgets of the enterprise funds? And will we see any additional rate increases in 2025?
Well, the simple answer is not quite such a simple answer. We will be continuing on a very graduated basis to continue the ongoing maintenance of and preventive work that reduces the catastrophic events of water breaks, wastewater main breaks, et cetera. And that will be trying to maintain the stability of the system so that when the consent decrees costs are imposed upon us, which is a process where we're working not only with our own internal steering committee, but with a financial capability assessment, they'll be as modest as practical. There will be increases. It is just by the nature of maintaining water and wastewater utilities, infrastructure, maintaining the standards that are continually evolving in the course of the federal and state regulatory world, that we have to keep a pace of those things in order to provide safe water and safe wastewater.
Can I just punctuate that with an addition, which is just to say that the federal EPA and the work that we're doing related to the lead and copper rule is an example right now of an unfunded mandate. We are working to try and get grant funds, but we'll be sharing with council some of the lessons that we've learned in that process of getting grant funds and actually what the additional costs would be to ratepayers to access those grant funds. And so in most every other situation, grant funds have been a big win. In this, we're not sure, and there's some financial analysis that we're continuing to do to accept those grant funds. There are other, and I included these in my mayor's report, other potentially unfunded mandates that are coming that will absolutely affect the capital plan and rate increases moving forward, depending on what the federal government and the state DEP decide. For example, around acceptable limits for PFOA and PFAS, which are sometimes referred to as forever chemicals. Layer that on top of the aging infrastructure. You saw the slide that shows the diversity of materials, I would say, of our water system. And there will absolutely be rate increases in the future, but we also need to underscore what Director Campbell said, make sure that those rate increases stay as a particular percentage of people's overall income in the city of Lancaster. And that is going to be a critical aspect of smoothing costs and investments over time to match the resources that are available in our community. And this is a point of specific advocacy that I've been engaging in at the federal level in particular, because I'm very concerned about the overall affordability of water in the future, given this perfect storm of unfunded mandates as well as our historic infrastructure that needs replacing.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Campbell. At this time, we'll open up questions. Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Thank you for the question that you asked also, and the answer and the mayor's input, and it answered most of what I wanted to know. The one other thing thing that I had questioned about was, given our aging infrastructure and the lines being close to 2/3 terracotta, how secure in that can we be?
I think it's a very good question, and a lot of thought and discussion has gone into that. Interestingly, the terracotta is some of the most stable of our infrastructure. It was built a long time ago. I can almost pull up how long ago it was built. But we assessed by material which are the most vulnerable of the materials, and are focusing primarily on those that are most vulnerable. Transite, for instance, which is concrete/asbestos, was installed over the last 50 years or so. It's one of the most brittle, so that even though it was appropriate and an economic installation at the time, when it breaks, the entire neighborhood goes down. So we are most aggressive in trying to reline or replace the transite pipes. Other of the pipes, steel, for instance, which is part of the large diameter pipe system, also has to be replaced because it is over its extended useful life, its estimated useful life, and we're very aggressively working on making that happen. But the rest of them are in kind of a calculus of vulnerability, so that we can minimize the risk, not eliminate it entirely, but minimize the risk by material.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. The last thing would be a comment that I believe that your team is a direct reflection of its management.
I think I do have very good managers, and I very much appreciate that accolade to their skills and forward-looking. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz and Councilor Crest.
Thank you. My question is related to the waste management administration. Is there anything related to how much penalties have been paid out to the U.S. EPA? Has that been included in the budget as an expense?
I don't think it's been included in the budget, but we have very few of those, very little of those, and I can get back to you on the specifics. But I think this question had been asked a number of months ago as well, and we found that where it had been surmised that there were several large instances, there were one or two very small instances.
So you do have the amount, or
We can get the amount for you.
you do?
Yes.
So if you can please forward that to me, I really would appreciate it. And then the second question that I would have is, how much money has been invested in the overflow to the Susquehanna?
When you say the overflow to the, so
The overflow that has been, we've had a lot of constituents complaining about the overflow to the Susquehanna, which obviously is storage. So I was wondering how much money has been invested or planned to invest that's in the budget to continue working on the overflow.
to the Susquehanna. So our CSOs are associated with the Conestoga River.
Right.
And the Susquehanna, is that what you mean?
That's correct.
The Conestoga? So there's a lot of, I can get you the specific information. There are dozens of projects that have been underway for the last 15 to 20 years related to management of the CSOs and trying to keep them as stable as possible, because if they're unpredictable, that puts us at a much more vulnerable position in terms of the DEP and the consent decree. So we can get some of that, but it's going to be very difficult information to understand because these are integrated projects which in their aggregate may improve a particular situation at a CSO, but we're also addressing other stormwater issues, flooding issues, wastewater stabilization, et cetera, but we can get you that information.
Yes, if you can do that for me, please. Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. Council President.
Thank you very much. Director Campbell, thank you for your presentation, and I have to commend your team on the fleet and lease savings. That's really incredible, and I think that will be really impactful across a lot of city department budgets.
Yes.
My question is, under solid waste and recycling, you mentioned that we have a favorable contract. Because of the timing, when does that contract end? When would we potentially see an impact?
I believe it's a 3-year contract with 2 one-year extensions, so we're in the 3rd year, and we have we're not going to get rid of this contract if we can avoid it. But we will have to be aware of any concerns. We are actually monitoring the incentive clauses which relate to the quality of the pickup work to see if we have to make adjustments in that in that aspect of the contract. But I believe we have 2 more election years to keep this contract in place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council President. Council Walsh.
Thank you. A few things. One, I just want to say thank you for that very thorough presentation. You always do a really nice job pulling together information so that while it's very vast, it's very technical in a lot of ways, it's very easy to follow and understand. So I always appreciate your presentations. The second thing I wanted to ask about was with the implementation of the Fix-It platform, can you talk about how some of the efficiencies have been improved, or just how that rollout has gone, where you think there may be potential savings either in time spent on tasks like that for your staff?
So it's much of it is anecdotal, but we've got a lot of hard data. That sounds like it's a contradiction in terms, but the fact is, the cost in additional time or additional materials is approximately $30,000 to $35,000 over the course of this past year so far. What it avoids is the annoyance of ongoing tickets that don't get recognized. It allows the public to put in a ticket, get recognized immediately that something is happening, and then they get notified when it gets resolved. So that rather than saying, I complained about this pothole months ago, when's it going to get fixed, they can usually not only get the notification, but see when it's fixed. And our people are way above the national average. The national average for response to fix-it type items is 2 weeks to 3 weeks. We generally average about 2 to 3 days, which is an outrageous level of fastidiousness to this, and this goes again directly to the pride of the staff. So they are very proud of the fact that they feel it's a partnership with the public, that if there's something wrong in the public right of way, they let us know, we can fix it, everyone's happy. And they get letters and notifications of pride and of appreciation constantly. And I will say that the amount of complaints that I get has plummeted from easily 10 to 20 a week to maybe 2 or 3 in a month.
That's really good to hear, because I know that was an investment that we have looked at, or you have looked at pretty seriously when unveiling. And then, I guess, more comments and questions. I think you had maybe mentioned of this being the first time there was an assessment completed of physical spaces and infrastructure. I just want to commend that investment time that you had taken, because like we've heard before, having data before making decisions and future investments is incredibly important. And I just also want to commend you on your continued investment with sustainability and green infrastructure. I know that sometimes that can be a pain point because many don't understand the importance, and it's more long-term planning, but I think your continued emphasis on that is obviously evident. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out in the future. One more question about the staff. You may not have this off the top of your head, but you're talking about creating one good job and expanding that to one good career and having one good community. Do you know your staff's retention rate overall?
I do not. And that's one of the things that we're working closely with Director Tina Campbell and with the HR department on the nature of retention rates, and them having brought on a retention manager allows us to get much better. I do, again, anecdotally, I do believe, given the circumstances that we have, and let me put that in the context, we are a municipally run utility, water and wastewater, and many of the people who do the work that we do can relatively easily find a similar type of a job in the private sector, often with more pay. We try to stay competitive at the municipal rate. We try to stay attractive in terms of the opportunities for advancement and for being able to be challenged and to be appreciated as they do their work. So I believe, given the changes that took place in previous years, we have been able to retain more. Having said that, we have a very aging staff, so there's a lot more retirements than we might ordinarily have expected in a portfolio of 210 people. But as I say, many of those people are tremendously appreciative of the work that they've done. They've become the leaders and the ones who set the standards for park management, for green infrastructure management, for T&D management, et cetera. But we do look forward to partnering more with HR to get exactly those kinds of metrics across the board.
Thank you so much, Director Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Any other questions? Councilor Rowe, we are reaching our time, so
I'll keep it quick. Thank you, Director Campbell, for that presentation. And really appreciate the demographic info at the beginning of the presentation as well. That was nice to hear. Two quick questions. Regarding the lease for the fleet, you mentioned open-ended lease. Can you define what exactly is an open-ended lease?
It allows us to have the lease manager assess the quality and the vulnerability of a particular piece of equipment, so that rather than be locked into a 7-year lease, no matter what the condition of that equipment is, where you'd have to spend extraordinary amounts of money to maintain it if it gets damaged or something like that, they can assess what is the sweet spot for trading it out early, and thereby drastically reducing the maintenance costs. I mean, like I say, this past year we've been at three times higher in maintenance than we should for a municipality and fleet management of our size. The fleet management contract addresses primarily the light and mid-range fleet. It does not so much manage the heavy equipment, although that's a possibility that may be included later on. But the ability to get ourselves out of a long-term handcuff of a lease is a key advantage of this particular contract.
That's helpful to know. And then the last question is regarding the quality of the sidewalks, I believe. There was a targeted amount for 2024, and it seemed that the ones that have poor status seem to be increasing in 2024.
So that was I believe that's the pavement, not so much the sidewalk per se. The pavement, yes. So it's a peculiar metric. By staying at around 75, let me see if I can pull it up. By staying at around 73 to 75% management of, hold on a second. I can't do too many things. Yeah, here it is. By staying at anywhere from 72 to 75% in the fair to excellent condition, fair, good, and excellent condition, that's a very good place for us to stay at. However, there's lots of streets that, by not being addressed, they drop from, say, a 20 percentile to a 15 percentile to a 10 percentile very, very quickly. So if we cannot get ahead of that and stay on top of the very, very poor streets, that number continues to fester and continues to increase. As like other cities, their goal had been to eliminate anything below poor within a certain amount of time. I would love to be able to take that on as well. And I think the only way we can do that is with self-performance. But at this moment, there's a lot of makeup work that has to get done of streets that have not been attended to for a long time. And they haven't been attended to partly because there's infrastructure, utility infrastructure that is pending that needs to get done in those streets. There's no point in spending good money after bad in repaving those streets and then tearing them up again. So we do relatively minor fixes. They perhaps rise in importance in terms of the fix-it because there's more potholes on those streets. But as we can, we are addressing those outlying streets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor and Councilor colleagues.
Thank you, Councilor Ahmed. Thank you, Director Campbell, for the presentation. And as mentioned earlier, some of the city's infrastructures are old and in bad shape. What are the main priorities of the Department of Public Works in your budget?
Well, I think the two key ones are water and wastewater. Wastewater, as I said, partly to make sure that we maintain it stable, because we're going to have likely very unpredictable costs very quickly when the consent decree and the water quality management plan is approved. So I want to make sure that we are in the best case for mitigating whatever those costs might be. Similarly, for the water infrastructure, we want to avoid water main breaks, and we want to make sure that the catastrophic changes are not being subject to the public. But in the other areas, it is the quality of the streets and the Vision Zero, and being able to make safe streets and the public right-of-way a safer, more pedestrian-friendly place to be. They're not conflicting goals. They're integral goals, and I believe that you will see more of that integration as Molly hits her stride with the sustainability and the environment part, because doing better parks and doing better green infrastructure and doing better streets will also provide safer streets, not only physically safer, but for pedestrians and bicyclists and vehicles as well. It's very, very integrated. It's all part of the same mix. So I can't, except for the costs involved, which are wastewater and water, I can't say that one is more important than another.
And how flexible is your budget to adapt to changing circumstances or unforeseen challenges?
It's not nearly as flexible as it might seem by having that large a value of $81 million overall. A lot of the work in water and wastewater is mandated. It is regulated. We have some of the increases or some of the charges, like chemicals, et cetera, are just in order to maintain the standards that give us the ability to deliver clean water that meet the standards. We're not trying to be better water. I'd love for us to do better water, but we're spending the money that's necessary to provide water that meets the standards. For public safety and the public right-of-way, the advantages of something like the $12.7 million for the Vision Zero makes a huge dent in how we can address the experience of the public and the public right-of-way.
And will there be any changes in staffing levels?
At this moment, the only changes, we're not going to increase it. We're not going to increase staffing. There are still a lot of vacancies. One thing that I didn't mention, for instance, is in 2 or 3 of our arenas, we are at such low staff because people have either left, retired, or on FMLA, that we have holes in how this work gets done. And so we're changing the way we do the work. Rather than having 2 or 3 teams going simultaneously, we've turned it into one key team and one SWAT team. Because the issues related to fix-it, et cetera, or emergencies still have to be handled, but you still have to make regular progress in terms of managing pipe retention, parks management, et cetera.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Cleese. Thank you, Councilors, for some great questions. We'll now move into our 10-minute public comment section. So, do we have any questions for public? Feel free to come right on to the podium.
Thank you, Director Campbell. I have 2 questions about water and wastewater, Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. The first one is more straightforward. The second one, I'm looking for you to kind of correct my understanding. The consent decree that we are working on some kind of agreement on with US EPA, it sounded like we are waiting on information from EPA and what they think about what we're proposing, and then there's a next stage that I think you said you would speak more about in the new year. And I guess what I'm getting at is, it sounds like you think the financial impact of whatever we are required to do by US EPA is probably in the 2025 budget year and forward. Do you think about it that way?
It's a very, very good question. I don't think about it as there being this sudden new impact. There will be the ability for us to borrow, which is still an expensive proposition, to address these things. However, the timing that you described is correct. We actually had submitted our water quality management plan more than a year ago, and ordinarily one would expect 3 to 6 months before EPA would respond, but they have not responded yet. That has worked to our advantage because it allows us to work more closely, not only with our communities and steering committee to develop the financial capability assessment related issues, but also to better manage the demonstration and optimization options that we can, so that we can manage it the most cost effectively. If we had too short a time to do it, we would be hobbled by making choices from not enough information. But at this point, we've spent plenty of time to establish that. But yes, it is correct that we expect that once they approve the water quality management plan, we've got 6 months then to give them a demonstration plan and optimization plan that reflects what we think is the best way to address their concerns.
Okay, knowing that you don't foresee a direct, immediate, large expenditure on, as a result is good to know, and that you see whatever additional expenditure to happen will likely occur in 2025 going forward is also good to know.
And we would have the better part of 12 to 15 years to not only build that infrastructure, but amortize it as well.
Okay, I see my time's up, so I'll let someone else ask questions.
I think that ostensibly what we would be looking at is increased stormwater fees for those years as we take on additional bond issuance to pay for the projects over a period of time. That's why that financial capability analysis that the EPA has been doing has been so important, and why we've been advocating so hard for that financial capability analysis to actually use the data from Lancaster about what our average incomes are here in Lancaster and not a national average. And that is a sticking point in terms of the affordability of the long-term control plan.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Dasher.
Hello, Tony Dastra, 700 block of New Holland Avenue. And thank you for saying unhappy feedback is welcome. I think it's often hard for people to accept that, so I'm glad that you said that out loud. I don't necessarily have questions, more just some commentary. I think I've raised this I know I've raised this issue years ago, or not issue. I think there's an opportunity to continue educating the public on stormwater requirements, and street sweeping being an opportunity to do so. MCM1 is all about MCM1 is all about public education and outreach. I know the state provides some courses that you can take free pays for citizens to learn about MCMs. I think there's an opportunity, instead of financially penalizing every time, for potentially integrating education opportunities in there. I feel like the mayor's done a great job of empowering residents, especially through the Mayor's Leadership Academy. But I also think there needs to be an other end of that, where what do we do when a resident maybe doesn't always play by the rules and needs to figure out why those rules are in place, what the impact is. So there, I think there's an opportunity. And then on the other front, separate from that, I think that we need to do some work around the New Holland and Ross Street intersection and a little bit up to connect to the recycling center. I'm sure you've heard, one about hours at the facility, which I appreciate the Saturday hours. But two, I think we really need to increase the walkability to that facility and improve that intersection. And if you were to apply for a Green Light Go grant, I would be happy to write a letter of support from a resident expressing that we need that.
I very much appreciate that. I ditto what you say about education and outreach, and we're working with neighborhood engagement as well as with Molly and others about how to up the education and community awareness aspects of what we're doing. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
We have time for one more question. If there's anybody, if not, Mr. Fallon, go ahead and ask your final question.
Thank you. Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. So this was the other question about water, wastewater. I understood, let me put it this way. I was looking at the PFM, I think it was PFM report that we received on the Home Rule Study Commission. One of the things that has come to pass, or at least is in the process of coming to pass, is the external to city rate filing. I was always kind of under the impression that water customers external to the city, because of the need to do the rate filing and its kind of strict control from the PUC, got a little bit of an easier ride on the rates because we have that obstacle to making them appropriate to the cost of providing the service. And I can see that we're doing what the state has asked us or suggested we do with the rate filing, and I'm wondering, when was the last time that was done, and is it true that they kind of get a little bit of an easier ride, and do you foresee in the future some kind of regular cycle of external to city rate filing for water?
It's a very good and very interesting and often peculiar question. I don't think that they get an appreciable benefit. We have the ability to go to them more often for increases than we do for the city because of the peculiar nature of how water is managed and here. Wastewater, we don't have that option in the sense that we have external partners, the Suburban Lancaster Authority, the Lancaster Area Sewer Authority, the variety of entities that are involved. They are literally partners with us, and so we need to get their permission for those kinds of increases. But when it comes to rates internal versus external, we have to be very, very careful about the rates internally. And as long as it is contributing to maintaining or reducing the cost and the ability to provide the water to the entire system, we have a little bit more leeway, but only a little bit more leeway to provide increases to outside of the city. Our rates, having said all of that, our rates as a municipal utility are significantly lower than what they would have been if we sold our system or if we became a privately owned system, because at that point they could raise their rates just to fulfill the needs of the not the ratepayers, but the stakeholders, the shareholders of the company. But I think it's asking a very specific question. There's a lot more nuance to the answer than even what I've given right now.
So there's no specific like external to city filing schedule that we are on or wish to be on?
We try to stay on our regular schedule, and we're trying to actually upgrade our rates internally and externally to be on a 2-year cycle, on a regular 2-year cycle. That's what we would love to have happen. We're very close to getting there with a couple of obstacles, but we will be there shortly.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hammond.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity.
This time, if there's any additional questions, please submit them using the comment cards, and we will use some time to pick those up. We will be moving into our next section shortly, which is the Department of Public Safety. Once again, the Department of Public Safety is going to be split up between the Police Bureau and the Fire Bureau. We will be starting with the Police Bureau and Chief Mendes.
Can I ask you some questions?
It is. We are cruising along.
In general.
And I'll be at the wastewater holiday. Yeah, I did.
down there and working together for this last year has taken over our relationship has gotten a lot better. And Alice and I got together and we basically just do one big one instead of being separated. Right.
Yeah.
So it'll be in, so to accommodate the space, we're doing that.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll get to see you.
Okay, I'll see you then. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, that's like a piece on the wastewater treatment plant. Christmas party. Sorry, never did. Coffee is very common.
It's really nice. It's really nice to hear.
A lot of culture change. Oh, you should turn your mic on.
Why are you walking around with an LPAP? Oh. We're not putting it on that plate. You'll bump it, it's full in that truck. It's fun.
Our Chief Mendez, Captain Zook, whenever you guys are ready, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having us. We appreciate your time. We'll try and get through this as quickly as we can. So we'll get started.
Excuse me, we're gonna start. Thank you.
We put on our mission and our core values because that's really what guides us in everything we do in our daily service that we provide. And we use service a lot, and I know I did last year and I'll use it again this year because everything we do is a service to the community, and that's what guides us. The typical ones there of honor, courage, commitment, yes, we expect all those and we live by all those, but the core of everything we do has to deal with the service and the service we provide to the community. Wanted to highlight some of our current successes. Your police department is hands down one of the best around. I would put us up against anyone from our training to just our daily interactions. We're working hard and they continue to work hard. We signed on to the 30 by 30 initiative. It was a goal towards female recruits and female promotions. It's typically a male-driven job. And we wanted to focus with, put part of our recruitment efforts focusing on females. And just one highlight with that is the last first line supervisor we had was in 2014. It would have been when Sergeant Stebbins was last sergeant. This year we promoted a sergeant, a female, Detective Sergeant Higgins. So we now have a female first line supervisor, and we're excited about that. So the program is, it was a focus for us, and it's paying off. We also looked at creating a mentor program. As we'll touch on a lot later with recruitment and retention, this is a tough job for your officers day in and day out. 25-year career is a long time. And, there has never really been, when we came on, there wasn't any mentorship. You kind of just learned your way. And we want to be more focused with that. We want to pair our young officers up with seasoned, good officers and just kind of, walk them through some of the good and the bad with the job and just help them to get right. And we want great employees because great employees will provide a great service to the city, and that's what we want. So we officially kicked that off. When we were creating this, we were in the early stages of it, but we recently assigned our first 2 new officers to be mentored by senior officers. So we're really excited about that program. And lastly, leadership development. One of my goals when I took over as chief was to really build like a good leadership program. I thought, that was a weak spot for us. And we continue to look for new ways to develop that and create new leaders, really good leaders. If I can just touch on the car real quick. I know a couple weeks ago somebody mentioned the cars changed. We did get away from the black and whites, which saved about $1,200 per vehicle. So we wanted to do that as a cost-saving measure. And with that, there was a little bit of design that went in. So we got rid of some of the blue line insignia. We're real happy with the new model, and it did save money. As I touched on earlier about service, as you'll see day in and day out, your officers are out there interacting with the community. And we really have focused on making sure our officers are out of their vehicles, whether it's on bikes, walking their neighborhoods. I'm big on community engagement, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's more than just the coffee with the cops and the painting with the police. Great initiatives, but really making connections with community members is your everyday interactions. It's how you treat people, whether you're stopping them for a traffic violation or you're just talking to them at a corner store. We expect that our officers are engaging with residents daily. And our social workers, they've been huge for us. The numbers are up there. It's been a great resource for the officers on the street. It's helped some of their call load, some of their repeat call loads. You can see the numbers. We're currently down one. So those numbers for the better part of the year are just the one social worker. We're actively trying to recruit and hire a new social worker. Calls for service are first 3 quarters of the year about 33,000. They're down a little bit from last year. I would anticipate by the end of the year being around 36,000 that your officers are handling. And you can see it ranges from very minor issues all the way up to some of the more serious crimes that they deal with. There has been a steady decrease. While it might not look like a lot, we're happy that the calls for service have gone down a little bit. And as I said, I would expect to be around 35,000 at the end of the year. Some of the professional development highlights we want to touch on. Again, leadership, you'll see that a lot throughout. We're really big on leadership because if we believe that if our leaders are strong, it will run down to the line officers and it will just create a stronger, better police department. We work continually on tactics, our field training officer program. It's the officers that are training all the new officers coming on. And, I want to skip to e-bike. We've recently sent a couple more officers to e-bike school. We've been running a few classes a year, trying to get officers certified on the e-bike. They've been great. One, they're great talking points. People love the e-bikes. Community members seem to love them. And the officers love them because it's less work than the pedal bikes. So it works out well. And they can get more, they can cover more of the city on the e-bike and not be so tired when they get there. And we started the drone program. We have 6 officers currently that are assigned to that. That will come in handy with some of our larger events like open streets. It just gives us a better view of large areas. We can use them for search, whether it's a missing child. We've used a neighboring jurisdiction had them. We've used them a lot for whether it's a missing child or like I said, we can tons of stuff. It's endless with what the drones are used for, and we're excited about that program. Police Athletic League, still going strong. We have, we take pride in a lot with the younger generation because that's our future. And we want to invest in our young community members because that's who's going to be sitting up there someday. They're going to be sitting here someday. And we just want to continue to build that relationship. And it's been a very successful program. And we look forward to continuing that program. Some other programs that we're looking at for 2024, I touched on the drone program. We recently were able to purchase some virtual reality goggles. They're high tech. Probably the most familiar with them with gaming, but we can put in scenarios that officers will encounter, and it's like a real life scenario that they're envisioning, whether it goes from de-escalation to use of force situation. And then we can also then go back and break it down with them and look at how they did things they could have done different. And it looks like it's going to be a great training tool for us, and we're excited about that. We are going to a Pathfinder's records management. That's important because it'll make our records management more efficient and should streamline some of that, which is cut, as you'll see later on, we have cut a couple positions. And with the technology we're getting now, that's been able to do that. So it's a cost-saving measure, but it'll actually be better for us with streamlining and more efficient records management. And improved recruitment efforts. We're continually trying to, recruit. As you're aware, we're down a few officers. So we are looking at new ways to do that, whether it's some of the initiatives we'll talk about later. And we recently changed our physical agility test, and we are currently running a few times a month test preps with potential candidates to try and get them ready for the academy. We are partnered with Blueprints for Addiction Recovery and continue to do that. They ride along with your patrol officers every Tuesday and Thursday morning. It's been a huge success. Really, it's getting some of the community members that are in need, whether it's drug, alcohol, or whatever the issue could be, getting them in contact with counselors and hopefully getting them on the right path to recovery, which will in the future bring down our call loads and our interactions with them. So it's been a great tool, and we look forward to continuing that. Your officers have, as of November 1st, saved 70 people with the use of Narcan. That's 70 lives that they saved. And we're extremely proud of the work they continue to do, saving lives. We're not just out there enforcing laws, but your officers are out there saving lives almost on a daily basis, and we're really proud of that. 3 of our officers have received the High Award of Heroism and 2 for Valor for actions that they took last year. Those are high-ranking awards, so you should be very proud of the officers that you have out there on the street. Currently, we have 112 of 145 officers, with potentially 10 to 14 more retiring. I just really want to touch on the fact that we're not losing a lot of officers, and people actually do want to come work for the city of Lancaster. It is a great place to work, and the police department is great. Early 90s, late 2000s, we hired a ton of officers. We did. I mean, we had large groups of 7, 8, multiple times a year being hired. They're coming up on retirement, 20, 25 years. So it's just a problem we were going to have. And then with the current state of, with recruitment and, it's not just a police issue. Most professions are short. So it's just, we got the perfect storm with all our retirements and that. So, but we do want to make sure that our officers are not getting burnt out. Like I said earlier, it's a 20, 25-year career, 40,000, 35,000 calls a year. Our officers are pretty busy out there, so we want to make sure that we're providing them with everything we can. Some recruitment initiatives. We hired a firm that has done a great job with giving us some ideas. They work with police departments for recruitment. CRM technology, not the most up to speed on it, is through DJ, but I believe it streamlines and makes our recruitment more effective, or our lag time on some of our recruiters contacting potential recruits. So it's helped that a lot. Improved testing. We're required by MOPEC for entry standards, but what we did do is recently changed our physical agility test for entry to a more job-specific obstacle course. And we're really excited about that. The first one is coming up at the beginning of the year. And if I can just touch on that a little bit, The local newspaper did an article on it, which was picked up nationally by a national police website. So we're really excited about the new initiative with the obstacle course, and we believe our numbers are showing that more people are interested in testing for us just based off of that change of the initial testing. And I'm told we have about 300 applicants right now scheduled to take the test at the beginning of the year, which is a significant increase from our last testing process. Building relationships with that, again, a lot of where I'm here for the city because I have a relative that works for the city. So we want to build those relationships with officers that are going out and promoting not just the city police, we want city employees. So, if we make interaction with somebody and, maybe they want to work for the fire department, great. We'll push them there, or Public Works. But we want to build those relationships. We're working on colleges, police academies. We have some other options we're doing. And we're really focused on our cadet program. As I said earlier, our youth are our future, and we value that program. It fell off a few years ago, but I'm happy to say we currently have 3 new cadets that are working. And we look to hire, really as many as we can. And while that's not an immediate fix, it is a long-term solution because hopefully they will see how great it is to work here and will test and become police officers. 2024 priorities, again, recruitment, we talk about it a lot. We are down a few officers, and we just want to continue to make sure that we are actively recruiting and retaining officers. Accreditation, it's been one of the toughest things I've been through with that, but I'm happy to say I think we will have our accreditation book of policies completed this month. And the accreditation company is anticipating a 2024 accreditation date for us. So hopefully we can move through that quickly. And at some point next year, we'll be coming to you and letting you know that you now have a accredited police department. So while it's taking a while, we believe the end is near with that, and we should soon be accredited. Some other highlights that we have, we are getting some space back on our 4th floor, and we plan on turning that into a state-of-the-art training facility. Police Foundation has generously donated a lot of the requirements, the things we need for that. So we will use that for our vision goggle training. We have some classroom space and also some mats for our gym room, which will be great. One, it'll help our officers daily train. We train a lot. I believe it's close to 5,000 hours a year of training. And this should hopefully give us more training time. Mentorship program, when we started doing our PowerPoint, we were early on it, but Captain Miller worked really hard. We have that up and running, and we have 2 officers assigned to it. And leadership development, we are looking at more training. We continue to train. We're looking, we're going outside different types of trainings, not all police-specific trainings, but we just want great leadership training because we're striving to have great leaders in the police bureau. And the 2024 budget. As usual, you'll see that salaries and benefits make up the lion's share of the budget. And then everything else kind of fills in from there. If you can go to the next slide. So some of the decreases with the budget, we are using as much grant funding as we can. We are constantly applying for grants, not always successful, but we will continue to look to grant funding. We are working on, looking at all the positions and expenditures to improve efficiency. We have not filled 16 sworn positions. There'll be 0 out on the budget. One, we're not really confident we can fill those right now, and 2, we just want to make sure we're saving, we're doing our part to save as much money as we can with the budget. And we eliminated 3 positions this year. So some of our admin assistants and records positions have been cut. Again, technology has helped out with that. I don't have an admin assistant. We cut that position because of with the technology and system we use, I can do my scheduling, and it's just, technology and really 2020, when you're working with less, it has shown us how we can work with less and do more. So we're doing our part with that. We worked really, and I know Director Campbell touched on it, but the enterprise lease has saved us a lot of money, and I would anticipate every year forward that the savings of that being huge. Notable increases, professional services line increased. That was due to our recruitment efforts. Again, we're down a significant amount of officers, and we are looking to increase that through recruitment. Civil service has increased slightly, and that was due to, we are seeing some appeals with some of our disqualified applicants. So there's an appeal process, and we needed to up that with any potential person that was disqualified from the process of being hired. And the weapons increased, but less lethals decreased, and we are improving the weapons sight system on that, so that was an increase initially on the weapons line. And the vehicle lease line increased, but that was offset with the vehicle line cost, so there was a savings there, just the lease line increased this time. Additional funding, I know I touched on it, but the Lancaster Police Foundation has been huge. They continue to support the Police Bureau. You can see some of the donations, and currently in the past year they donated approximately $90,000 to the Police Bureau. That covers a lot of our training, equipment. We sent a couple officers or employees to Leadership Lancaster, and they have been graciously covering all of that, and they continue to do that. And grant funding, you can see some of the grants, and we will continue to apply for grants and hopefully get as many as we can. All right, I believe that's it. Any questions? We're happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Chief Mendez. Thank you, Captain. So, presentation was very informative. Not really a question, but just a comment. I appreciate you putting additional funding sources. I will hope to see increased state participation in police pension programs across the state, because I know that takes up a lot of the public safety budget. But I will open it up for council questions. Keep in mind, we do have 2 public safety sessions, so we'll have limited time for comments, so maybe keep some of them to email Chief Mendez, but I'll start with Councilor Diaz.
I noticed in the budget that the drug task force reimbursement from the attorney's office for 2024 was 0. Do you foresee any reimbursement or any type of funding from that?
From the County Drug Task Force? So they are moving out in their own facility, believe sometime end of this year, beginning of next. So they do reimburse us for some of our selective enforcement unit monies that we would use for that. But as far as I believe, the most from that line would have been from the rental space for the 4th floor.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. We have time for one more question. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you very much. I wanted to first say thank you for including information about recruitment efforts. I think that they're beginning to pay off and will continue to pay dividends for us, and I know there's been a lot invested in that. My question is, and this may be something that you will need to do a little bit of research on, but you mentioned the ride-alongs with blueprints for addiction recovery. I'm just curious on the outcome of those, and maybe there's some data on how that's been going over the last year. I don't know if you have it today, but
Yes.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't have it today, but I know we do get it from them, so I can forward it to council.
I think that would be something that we'd all appreciate. Maybe that could be added to the public question and answer, just so it's out there for everyone as well. I think that that's so important that we have that part of the community.
Absolutely, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
We do have time for one more question. If council would, I'll take Councilor Walsh, Councilor Royal, and colleagues, if you could email your questions to, or if we have time at the end of public comment, we could add that, just in the spirit of keeping everybody on track.
Thank
Councilor Mitch, and thank you for your presentation. My one question was around the grant funding. You looked like you've been pretty successful with a few of the external awards outside of the police foundation. I was just wondering, is that a staff position within the department?
Yes, so
Doing fund development, or are you working with consultants or even other city staff to help identify and apply for?
yeah, Tina Campbell and her staff has worked on that, so that's we rely on them heavily, and they've been great with our grants.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Yes.
This time I'll open it up to questions or comments from the public. Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. I have a narrow question and then a broad question. The narrow question is that I haven't seen the draft budget yet for this, but is there a change in the number of available patrol service aides? And the broad question on this subject is that the police and the city broadly have a policy that I think is influencing the distribution of resources. Right now, if you call in a request to do parking enforcement on blocking of a fire hydrant, a crosswalk, or a bus stop, it's questionable whether that is going to be responded to or enforced depending on when you call and make the request and the availability of patrol service aides and things of that nature. The Fix-It app strictly encourages people not to report these things in the app. And I understand why you do that, because you can't really be responsive in real time potentially to that information. But I do think that should be reconsidered, because by encouraging people to report it, you can use that data just generally to inform when and where you might be doing a patrol service aid and parking enforcement generally. And so I'd ask that you'd reconsider that, and also an answer to the patrol service aid change or no change question.
So I believe we have like 5. We're currently down 2. We're not changing. That hasn't been decreased, but we do have a couple open spots for that. And as far as for not responding, I can tell you, if we get a call for it, our officers are going to respond. It might not be immediately, and when they get there, it might have moved, but we do respond to every call for service.
Will you be filling the vacant patrol service aid roles?
Yes, we're going to fill as many spots as we can, but like I said, with staffing, and again, we're not the only profession that's short with potential candidates.
Thanks. And I bring this up because I think you guys do important, specific work that is usually more important than parking tickets. And so anything that can be done to make the decision-making process around that more efficient and effective, I think would be good.
Yep, agreed. And like I said, we're currently looking for applicants.
Staff, if you have any further questions, feel free to Mr. Stuhldreher and then Mr. Dastra.
Tim Stuhldreher, 1 United Lancaster. 2 related questions. You indicated we currently have a staff of 112. Where do you think that might be 12 months from now? And then what is the budget trade-off on adding staff versus lowering overtime? If you could speak to that, please.
So we're currently at 112. I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question?
In projection
where we're gonna,
staffing 12 months from now.
Yeah, so there was a slide with that. If we continue to hire at the rate we're hiring, we believe will be probably 90. But that being said, we also are looking at and I didn't touch on it earlier because I didn't want to take too much of your time, but we are looking at doing a resource allocation just to see. It hasn't been done in quite a few years. While we have cut positions, we also want to make sure that, we have what we need, and if what the numbers are. So we want to really dig deep into that in the next few months to see how many positions that, we should have. I don't know what that'll look like, but we will work through that early next year.
And the trade-off of adding staff versus reducing. What is the net budget effect of adding staff?
Yeah, so I believe we're up to like around 900,000 overtime this year, but we're down a significant amount of officers, so there's still some cost savings there. But ideally, we would, we still need officers on the street. I think I answered that. Maybe. Yes.
Mr. Dash?
Tony Dasher, 700 block of New Holland Avenue. Just to bounce off Mr. Feldman's question real quick, do you think it would be possible to leverage the Lancaster Parking Authority to help with some of those issues? Because I definitely recognize the response time issue. I obviously have my own qualms about parking in locations people shouldn't be parked, but do you think that's a viable solution?
So they do answer a lot of the calls. They are out there regularly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, they're not on, our department's working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so we're still going to handle them, but I know during their hours, they are out enforcing it.
Do you think it might be helpful for residents during those daytime hours to call the parking authority to get a quicker response on just those parking issues?
I don't think we can enforce it.
I always call the non-emergency number, which is why I ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all they can enforce or do enforce, so I can look into that for you and get you an answer, but
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure right now.
That's okay.
But we do use them for a lot of stuff, but I don't know if that's the ideal way to do it.
Okay. And then my own question here, not bouncing off anything, I'm just curious what you think the effectiveness of the decriminalization ordinances have been in the city, especially like I saw you did 70 Narcan saves this year, and I don't know who and what the situations of those are. We don't have to get into that right now, but do you think decriminalization is something that's helping actually address the issues at hand and getting away from the clutter of complicated situations?
I'm not sure if I would have the answer for that.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I think our officers are out there working hard. They're not, like with marijuana use, we're not, even before the decriminalization, typically we weren't bringing marijuana charges, so.
Using good discretion.
I wouldn't, well, I don't know if I could truthfully answer that right now or give you the best answer.
I can understand that completely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Mendes. Thank you, Captain Zill. At this time, we will end the police, Bureau of Police section of the Department of Public Safety. Councilors, if you wouldn't mind emailing your questions to Chief Mendes so we can stay on schedule. And at this time, if there's any comment cards, we can fill those out and turn them into the city clerk, Mr. Harris. And we will be moving right along to our next section of public safety, which will be the Fire Bureau with Chief Hutchinson.
Is there something up with the agenda? I'm looking at the paper.
So for the Department of Public Safety, the Q&A is 5 minutes for both council and the public because it's still a 30-minute section, but it's just cut in between the two, both for council and for the public. Does that answer your question?
I think what you're pointing out, Carl, is that we're running ahead of schedule, and Councilor Ahmed is keeping us on schedule by the amount of time that's been allotted, not what's on the agenda. So we are running ahead. I think that's the discrepancy. Until we're not running ahead anymore.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good morning, Chief Hutchinson.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Here to present the 24 budget before we go over a little overview with the Fire Bureau. Some of the overview for this year, for 2023, the Fire Bureau brought on 2 new firefighters. We had 3 firefighters retire that had over combined 75 years of service to the community of Lancaster. We continue to seek grants to replace equipment and upgrade training for members. We worked with a private vendor designing a high-rise simulation designed to as a standpipe prop, so we could simulate fighting fires in high-rise buildings. Members continued to seek training opportunities throughout the year, including the battalion chief who graduated from the Executive Fire Officer Program through the National Fire Academy, which for him was a 3-year commitment to gain that certification. With information technology over the last year, we've integrated, working with the local, we've come up with a new staffing model, and it's all computerized to save a lot of manpower, so members can sign up for shifts, open shifts, and it's all computerized and gives us a lot more time to focus more on fire prevention and fire response. So the number of incidents for this year so far, as you can see, we're right on line. I checked the numbers today, and right now the call volume stands at 2,398 calls. So I'm projecting by the end of the year, we'll probably be right around the 2,500 as what we're averaging, as you can see, over the last 4 years. And of those calls, we continue to see a lot of response for alarm systems and EMS. Like Chief Mendez said, we respond for a lot of the overdoses also, and for cardiac arrest. So we're seeing an increase in those calls, but our early intervention is saving a lot of lives for that. So our budget this year for 24 will be $13,233,426. That's a 0.9% increase from 23. We continue to operate with minimal increases in our budget, considering that the collective bargaining agreement for next year is going to call for a 3% increase in salaries. So we're doing everything we can to work with the finances that are available for equipment training, keeping our maintenance up, the fleet updated, and getting our members trained. So for 24, we anticipate 2 retirements. The one is going to take place January 4th, and the other is scheduled to happen in June. And as of right now, we did our hiring process for this 23. We did our hiring drive, and we have 4 potential candidates that are going through the background checks as we speak, and they'll begin. 2 of them will begin the medical portion of the Fire Academy in January, and then 2 will begin the fire portion in March. And the only reason the 2 that are beginning in March, they already have their emergency medical technician certification, so they don't have to go, and we save money by not sending them through something that they already have. So in July of this year, we filled the position of the deputy chief. That was the first time since 2018 that position's been filled. To that position, we've added the emergency management coordinator title for the city. So the goals of that position for 24 is to revise the emergency operation plan for the city that need to be adopted, and then develop a community emergency response team, which involves engaging the community members, and during floods, snowstorms, any kind of emergency, you can activate this team, and they'll strengthen. They have more resources and more outreach that you can use to build resilience in the community. We're continuing to integrate the incident command system into the management to manage emergency response, and anytime we have any event in the city, whether it be the open streets, Red Rose Run, he's integrating the command system into that event. So everything's spelled out and who's responsible for what and how to contact that person. And he's coordinating through the city departments internally and to mitigate any kind of dangers that are seen in, would it be your water department, your streets department. We're working together, building that team stronger. So as you can see, training continues to be a priority for the Fire Bureau through local, state, and federal training opportunities. Firefighters this year have logged over 11,000 hours of training. It's amazing what these firefighters are out there doing day in and day out. You can see some of the pictures here. We ran two courses, a rope rescue course, Rope 1 and Rope 2. And that's a state certification class in the Bureau to build our resilience in rope rescue. There's the standpipe prop that we talked about, and that's actually out on loan because cities have seen that, and now they want to use that and borrow that and try to get that blueprint from that. And we worked with Commonwealth Sprinkler in designing and then building that prop. And most of the equipment to build that was donated, and then the Fire Foundation paid for the man hours that were the actual tech that came in and actually built that stuff. So it's pretty impressive what they were able to do. Even with the deputy chief's position, he is very active in finding buildings that are being condemned or that are about to be torn down. So that last picture over there is our firefighters training on the roof at the lighting shop that was tore down for at the corner of James and Water Street there. So we were able to get real world training and cutting holes in roofs and simulating fires in the building. So for the Fire Marshal's Division, it's kind of a lot. You know, your community risk reduction really starts with our Fire Marshal's Division, and we had a new fire marshal come in this year, and he really took the ball and started to run. So he worked with adopting the 2018 International Fire Code, is what was adopted by the state of Pennsylvania. So we just keeping in line with that update. He's updated the fire fees in the munis for the first time in 10 years. He's working with the district magistrates to enforce when he finds code violations and they're not rectified. He's starting to issue citations and working with the DJs to get that done. He's decreased the false fire alarms, as you saw, by 22%. That's a big area of our response. It's 33% of our calls. So anytime we can get that reduced and keep down the wear and tear on the equipment is great. He's updated the permit applications to a form fillable PDFs. It's just streamlining everything instead of the hard paper writing everything down. He's reduced the 6-month lag in permit issuance to 0 months. He's getting those out right away. He's developed guidance sheets for new construction projects to assist developers within the city with specific requirements. He's developed first ever guidance book for suppression and multiple job aids to assist in incident response, and what he's giving guidance on when he needs to be called or when the office needs to be called or when they can make the determination of what the cause of the incident was. That office has completed over 1,600 inspections. Even while they're understaffed, through attrition, we're down 2 positions in that office. We're hoping to get those filled when we hold the promotional test in June. He's coordinated the installation of over 700 smoke alarms this year, and along with that, he's developed a cooperative program with the American Red Cross where instead of holding one big event through the Red Cross, which is they call the Sound the Alarm, we've developed that we've taken their information they need during those smoke alarms and developed our own paper that we can just go out and install the smoke detectors anytime one's requested, but the Red Cross provides those smoke alarms. So it's a cost savings to the city and to the Fire Foundation, who was providing the smoke alarms for the residents of the city. We coordinate over 120 public events. They had a direct impact on over 5,000 children and residents. He's worked hand in hand with over 75 special events, and he did begin aggressively pursuing grants solely focused on fire prevention. And one of those just came in was $10,000 grant from the insurance industry that would be used to buy new fire prevention material. So in 2024, we do have a new engine on order and expected delivery in June. That has changed a few times already. It went from April to August, and now it's back to June. So it's hopefully in June it'll be here. It's a twin to the Engine 3, which you see here. And buying it as a demo model, we were able to save $140,000. And that's just following the replacement plan that was adopted by the city to keep the apparatus current and up to standards. So in 2023, we did receive quite a few grants. We pursued the grants. We use a grant writer specific to the fire service. He's been very successful, and this year we were awarded $98,000. That will provide what the National Fire Protection Agency physicals for the firefighters, which focuses mainly on cancer presumption or cancer prevention, and it'll get you your chest X-rays and your blood work that focuses on detecting signs of cancer. It was able to update the physical fitness equipment for the stations, and I'm in the process. I just was in contact with a community partner, and we're going to develop a health and wellness program, and that'll all be paid for through the grant, through the FEMA grant. The PA State Fire Commissioner's grant was awarded $15,000. That replaced the rope and rope rescue equipment. As you saw, it was all used in those training classes there, and provided the ropes training for the personnel. So in 24, we're going to try to continue with our community outreach. We've trained about 10 members now in CPR instructor, and we're going to offer CPR instruction in the firehouses. We're going to hold, we're hoping monthly, if not quarterly, training sessions that the community members can sign up and come in and get trained in CPR at no cost to them. Now I'm working with the Safe Kids Coalition of Lancaster through LG Health, and we're going to run a certification class so firefighters can conduct child car seat safety checks. And anytime somebody stops into the firehouse and asks for their car seat to be checked, we'll have people firefighters certified in that. And we're working with the community outreach for the police department, and we're developing a public safety day camp that we're going to run in June. It'll be a probably 3 to 4 day camp where it'll be focused on fire one day, police one day, and EMS. So just try to get get the youth interested in the emergency services.
Thank you, Chief Hutchinson. At this time, I'll open questions up to members of council. Council, please.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
My question would be related to the overtime. I'm seeing an increase. It was previously $252,257, and it went up to $450,000, which is an increase of $197,743. Would that be related to the overtime that was paid, that was not paid at a regular overtime rate, but a regular rate? Is that correct?
No, it's actually into the collective. We had a side agreement to the collective bargaining agreement that expires in December, and with that, the firefighters were working for straight time, and that straight time was budgeted underneath each budget area for like the battalion chiefs, the captains. You'll see in the 23 budget there was a separate line item for that straight time pay. With that side letter expiring, it was not renewed for the 24, so we had to adjust and move that money into the overtime budget. So now they'll be making the firefighters with the previous side letter, they were at a 15-man minimum, and they did away with that. So now we have to budget for time and a half all the time for all of our overtime.
So the amount that you basically are looking for budgeting, how many employees you're seeing that's going to be working the overtime? In other words, how do you come up with this amount?
Just by using last year's data for how many firefighters were needed to call back due to vacation, sick time, training time, permission time. We just, is more of a educated guess.
A projected amount is what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you for answering the question.
Thank you, Councilor Yates. Is there any other questions from council? Council, please.
Thank you, Councilor Ahmed. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. It's regarding the health and safety of firefighters. How does the budget address the health and safety of our firefighters?
How does the budget address that?
Yes.
I'm not sure it really addresses that, but that's why we're working to try to provide grants and try to provide those health screenings for our firefighters. Our health insurance does provide monies for physicals, but these physicals that will be given are way above beyond what you could just go to the doctor and get. It's actually a mobile medical center that will come. They'll pull up. They'll probably be here for 2 weeks, and they'll run through. The firefighters will run through and get all the testing through that.
And does the department have programs funded to prevent fires within the community?
That's what our fire marshals, they try to focus on that risk reduction. The deputy chief with the trying to get out and get that CART, they call it a CART team started. That'll also help us mitigate any emergencies that happen in the community. So we're always trying to reduce that risk through whether it be the smoke alarm, public education in the schools. All those programs are focusing on fire safety.
And what efforts are being made to make our firefighting force more inclusive and diverse?
We work with the human resources, and they're providing programs for that to happen. Kind of handcuffed with our civil service. I can't just go hire who I would like. It's all a process and through the civil service and third class city code. But we strive to do all that, the DEI stuff.
And how many firefighters of color do you have in the force now?
I believe we're at 63 in suppression.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Council, please. Council President Baker, and then we'll move to the public comment section.
Thank you. Chief Hutchinson, I want to go back a little bit to the overtime conversation. Can you talk a little bit about how many firefighters per shift can be off and how you arrive at that? You also mentioned earlier in your presentation about the staffing model and how people can sign up for shifts. Can you just go into how that works and how people can decide to pick up shifts and how many folks can be off at one time?
So through the collective bargaining agreement right now, there can be up to 8 firefighters off per shift. And we're budgeted, it ends up being right around 17 firefighters per shift. So right away, you're almost at half the firefighters working can be off. So through the side letter agreement that we talked about, the overtime, we had it at 15 minimum. But when you have 8 people off on one shift, that callback can be time consuming to try to get those positions filled. So through working with both efforts through the local and the city administration, we bought a staffing program that all the firefighters have on their phones, or you look on the computer, you can see what shifts are open, and you can hit a request for that shift. And it goes by hours worked as who gets awarded that shift. So it just saves, prior to that, we had a battalion chief that would spend hours, if not the whole shift, just calling and waiting for somebody to call them back to see if they would work. Then you move on to the next person, and then you had to give them time to call you back, and then you move on to the next person. So it was very time consuming. So this just streamlined those efforts, and we're hoping in 24, we did do the testing for it, and we think all the bugs are worked out, but that staffing then can just be uploaded to our payroll without somebody actually physically having to type that in. It'll just be an automatic send over. again, streamlining services and saving on manpower hours doing that task. So that's how we arrive with how many firefighters can be off on one shift.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief Hutchinson. At this time, are there any questions from the public? Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Chief. Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. I'm just interested in your perspective on the future of firefighting, and I see that we have new apparatus. They're beautiful, they're cool, everybody loves them. Is there a future where, as I have heard, traditional fire response has declined? We are using smaller and less costly apparatus.
Yeah, so the future of the fire service is not really, it's not going to be that fire service. A lot of it is going to be an all hazards safety department. So as you saw, a lot of our response is EMS now. We're running more and more EMS. As the EMS system gets strained, we're able to respond and be on scene a lot quicker than a transporting unit can. So we're really focusing, and that's why we brought it into our hiring. That's where we require everybody to be EMT on the job. So that's kind of where it's going, and it really is an all hazards, whether it be hazmat, rope rescue, vehicle accidents. Our mitigation efforts are declining with the fires in the city, and that's what you want.
Do you foresee a smaller apparatus need in the future as opposed to large traditional fire equipment?
The engines that we're buying now are even that is stretched thin to how much equipment we can carry on that, but it's doable for a city the size of the streets in this city. But I don't foresee anything really smaller and apparatus-wise.
Any further questions from the public? Mr. Dasher?
Senator Dasher, 700 block of New Holland Avenue. Hello, sir. First a statement, I'm personally hoping that the property that is currently Station 6 is not sold. Is that sale being used to balance the fire department budget in the budget for this 2024?
No.
No, okay. Then follow up to that, currently, does the city have fire suppression equipment for electric vehicles? I know Manheim Township does.
We do not. I would question that Manheim Township has that, but I'm not aware that they do have that.
Maybe I was misinformed. Someone told me they were training up there for fire suppression in Manheim Township. But regardless,
we do train for it. It's hard to train for it. We're aware of the needs that will be the amount of resources that will be needed
for those crazy fires.
Yeah, the closest thing that I know that Lebanon City has they bought a system, very expensive system that just came out in the market, but that's the closest one that I know of. I know there's a few towing companies that have bought dumpsters and made them waterproof.
Okay.
They'll come in and drop the car in the actual dumpster and then just fill with water and let it sit.
Okay.
That's kind of where a lot of the departments are going with responding to the EV cars.
Okay. I do understand that operations are being rebalanced and changed in general, but I just hope that in not just next year, but future, that Station 6, even if it's temporarily closed, is utilized in some capacity for public safety. I understand that it's an older station that's not as large as the others, but smaller apparatus, if they do come into the picture later, it could be a perfect opportunity to trial those and keep them there. But thank you for what you do, sir. I very much value it.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Amy Rufo, 338 Northwest End. I'm wondering what the relationship is with the county emergency program, and both fiscally and just in partnership, and how you work together.
With the county emergency management?
Yeah.
So our deputy chief is in contact with them, and we work hand in hand. They do a monthly training, so we're constantly in contact with them and just work together. And any increase in incidents that we're seeing, provide information on what.
Fiscally, is there any funding-wise, that we work together to make sure that we're not duplicating?
Unfortunately, no. It's as you know, Lancaster County is one kingdom after another, and everybody wants to be their king and not share services. So that's a great solution to a lot of the problems in Lancaster County.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Council Rowe had a question, and we'll take Council Diaz while we collect the comment cards from the public.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Chief Hutchinson, for the presentation. Kind of in the same line of that, so Lancaster currently contributing about $150,000, I think, is budgeted for Lancaster EMS services. You had mentioned the future of the fire department could be more of all hazards. You guys have done some EMS response. Is there an overlap that's happening? Do you see that in the future there could be less contributions to EMS and we take on more of that responsibility with our current staff, if that's possible?
That has been explored. I believe the last, not up-to-date numbers, but the last time that was explored, it would have been a $4 million investment for that to start happening. And I believe that's where the contribution to the Lancaster EMS comes from. And we provide the quick response service for a lot of what we consider major calls, like your cardiac arrest, your major traumas.
Thank you.
Council Diaz.
It's basically, wanted just to make a statement. I know that there are some employees here from Station 6, and I would like to recognize that you are here at the budget. And if you have any questions or anything, please do. It's really important to recognize the people that are working out in our city to protecting, whether it's fire or saving even saving a cat from a tree. So I just want to thank you for coming.
Thank you, Council Diaz. Thank you, Chief Hutchinson. And at this point, we will collect the comment cards from the public. And we will be moving into the next portion, which is the lunch break and office of the mayor and solicitor, as well as the city council budgets. This will be a working lunch. So as we are hearing the presentation, we will also be having lunch.
We'll take a quick break to do that as councilors and convene in a few minutes. All right, for members of the public and council, we're going to convene here in just a moment. I think we're missing 2 council members, but I think they'll come back. Just, do you want, Brittany, do you want to see if anybody's in the hall that needs to be back? Okay, great. Just in this. DJ set up a second frame that was the whole council we could switch to for this period, maybe. I think Mr. Harris should be able to switch back and forth between those 2. Just for this period, if we could do just the council, I guess.
Does this lady contact you very often?
No, well, she's in her, oh, sorry.
All right, the budget hearing will convene with the Department of the Mayor, Solicitor, and City Council budgets. Mayor Sirachi, take it away.
Thank you, Councilor Ahmed. My presentation will be relatively brief. In the mayor's office, there has been an overall reduction in expenses, primarily because the chief of staff position is remaining unfilled. I do want to point out that a communication manager position that was previously included within the Lancaster Office of Promotion has now moved over so that our communications team is now consolidated and are all working together to focus on the tourism needs, community engagement needs, and other required communications efforts for the city. But the overall reduction is about $72,269 in the mayor's office budget. Moving over to the Office of Solicitor, that budget is modestly higher, about $3,000 or $4,000 higher. I do just want to provide a few quick updates related to the Office of Solicitor. We've done a lot around procurement this past year, moving procurement into the solicitor's office, and have issued new and restructured policies and procedures, adding a requirement that a purchaser consult with the purchasing coordinator for any purchase over $3,000. And this has created a lot of opportunities for training, coordinating purchasing, and creating more equity in the procurement process, also assuring compliance with the applicable procurement laws and requirements. And so in the past, I think what we found is that a lot of people were ordering similar things, and now those things are being consolidated and accomplishing some economies of scale for those purchases. We're also focusing on developing a culture of buying results rather than buying services and goods. And so the best example of this that we started with was actually our trash hauling contract, in which there are incentives that are based in there because we were receiving complaints from residents about trash being strewn on the street or not being appropriately picked up. And so the less complaints we give, there's incentives in there for performance, which is very helpful. We've also, on the legal side, processed over 375 and gave legal review to over, we processed and gave legal review to over 375 right-to-know requests. On 7 occasions, decisions of the right-to-know officer were appealed, and in all 7 cases, the decision of the right-to-know officer was upheld and affirmed. We also continue to support in the solicitor's office ordinance reviews and drafts, preparation of 25 resolutions for council, and in excess of 60 professional services and consulting agreements. This is just to give you a a quick snapshot of the work that's happening in the solicitor's office between procurement, contract review, and our right to know inquiries. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions from council or the public.
Thank you, Mayor Sirachi. We'll open it up to council questions. Any questions from council? All right, any questions from the public? Mr. Dastra?
Hello, Tony Dastra, 700 Block New Holland Avenue. I am just wondering what the possibility is of budgeting for maybe some additional support at like planning commission meetings. I feel like recently, personally, I've had a lot of confusion and concern just about like legal perspective on matters. And sometimes on this side of the dais, there will be like pressure towards us, like, no, this is the law, and you have to do something in this way. And I just don't like feeling so intimidated, especially because I feel when I'm up on that side of the dais, I'm really supposed to just be looking at what I could do to advocate for the residents of Lancaster City. So I'm just wondering what can be done to provide some additional legal support there in the moment, especially towards some of the larger projects.
I think that's a great question. I think that that would be a good conversation to have about the kinds of questions or concerns that you have as a commissioner that are raised, and to reach out to the solicitor specifically about those in conjunction with the chair of the Planning Commission itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the public? Mr. Feldman?
Carl Feldman, 600 block of Hamilton Street. You indicated you're moving into some performance-based contracting, and something I've just witnessed in my experience with this is sometimes the entities you contract with learn to live on the base funding that you allocate to them, and then you don't get the results you might be looking for. So just 2 cents. I'm sure you'll think it through. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the public? Any further questions from council before we close out this period? Going once, going twice. All right, thank you, Mayor Sirachi. Thank you, members of the public, for your questions. This time we'll move into the Department of Neighborhood Engagement with Director Carrasco.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to share the Department of Neighborhood Engagement budget proposal for 2024. Today, I'm going to be providing a general overview of our budget and also expect in 2024, early 2024, to have our bureaus present and also the Office of Language Services a little bit more detail about their focus and the strategy within the bureau and the office. So as you know, in 2022, Council adopted the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, thank you. And in 2023, with the assistance of Business Administration and Tina Campbell's leadership, we formalized a department structure of Bureau of Civic Engagement, Office of Language Services, and Bureau of Tourism and Promotions. In 2024, all bureaus and Office of Language Services will formalize a process and develop a strategic plan for the future work of the bureaus and office. As many of you know, Sarah Falou, our Language Access Service Coordinator, and in 2023, we've been able to accomplish the development of Language Access Staff Resource Page. It's an internal page for resources for staff, and a Language Access Request Line. We've had 31 ASL interpretation requests. We continue usage of Proprio One, our language access app provider. And one of the things that we've tracked, we've had over 19 unique languages requested through city staff. Top languages, again, are Spanish, Swahili, and Arabic. And in 2024, the development of Office of Language Services strategic plan will focus on 4 particular areas. Area number 1 is service and operations, policy, development to include advocacy, education, and evaluation of our language services technology. And pillar number 4 is programming. This slide represents the Proprio Analytics with Spanish and Swahili, as you can see, the top requested by staff. We've had over 2,000 minutes of interpretations related to Spanish interpretation, and as you can see, number 2 is Swahili with over 1,700. The chart on the right compares the use of audio calls versus video calls, and video calls are a lot more expensive for interpretation services. Using audio for interpretations is much less expensive, and the chart illustrates that our staff adheres to our language access policies, which we really appreciate, and utilize the video interpretation when it's most necessary for interpretation services. Our engagement programming, and really excited for the progress of the Bureau of Civic Engagement in accomplishing so many different milestones through the leadership of Gabrielle Busgo and staff Joshua Beltre and Samuel Rosa. Love Your Block, we awarded in 2023 26 community projects. Neighborhood Leaders Academy, we had 35 graduates. We hosted through Mayor's Neighborhood Month 4 block parties and connected with over 400 residents. And we received funding through CNCS, an additional $40,000 to support our three AmeriCorps Vistas that are working here in the city. I do want to highlight one picture that's highlighted by National Night Out there. We started to work with JP McCaskey and the Neighborhood Leaders Academy. We have a high school Neighborhood Leaders Academy that you're all aware of. And we had a student, Chris, that's pictured on the slide. He participated in the program. Once he completed the session, he was so engaged, and on his own, he applied for a Love Your Block grant, completed a grant proposal, wrote up a proposal on his own. He even submitted the permits at the city to have his own block party, which is really exciting. And then Chris collaborated with School District of Lancaster Administration and organized a huge national night out event at McCaskey. And this event was really focused on strengthening the relationship between police and students and showcasing really the real world impact of the programming. How can the community and students organize events and engage with our public safety office. This slide highlights our Love Your Block and Neighborhood Leaders Academy, and we've impacted, or we've come across an outreach over 2,100 individuals through our programming, and we worked really closely with project leaders and volunteers, 131, just to implement some of these initiatives. I will share with Neighborhood Leaders Academy. We've been evaluating the program before and after the knowledge as people are coming in and once they've completed Neighborhood Leaders Academy. And the response that we're hearing, which is really exciting, 90% of the participants said that they had a better understanding of how City Council functions. There is intentionality to really educate through Neighborhood Leaders Academy how City Council and government functions. 57% of the participants identify as BIPOC. 80% of the participants said that they gained helpful resources. And 100% of the participants said that they have a better understanding of how local government functions. And really these response rate elevate and highlight the important impact that Neighborhood Leaders Academy is having on the program participants. So Engage Lancaster, as you know, is our public participation platform. We've launched 33 major city initiatives on the site. We currently have a little bit over 2,600 registered users, and the top age group, because we can actually monitor all the demographic and the information that's coming into Engage Lancaster. The top two age groups is 25 to 34-year-olds and 45 to 64-year-olds. I will say we have 60 registrations from 12 to 17-year-olds, and I'm pretty sure that's related to our Neighborhood Leaders Academy. So we have young people that are also commenting on our projects. In 2023, we had new registrations of 278 residents. We had 581 residents posting on projects. So we have folks that are engaging on our city initiatives, commenting and engaging. We had 788 reactions to posts. Residents are engaging on projects and interacting with one another. So Fix It, as you also know, is our non-emergency service request line. And our usage in 2023, which as you know is new, so 2023 was really to document progress, understand what are the categories that are being most used, and what are opportunities to expand on some of those categories. So in 2023, we had a little bit over 2,600 requests that were submitted from residents. We had 2,300 requests that were closed with an 89% requests that have been addressed. Some of the other requests that haven't been addressed are really related to sometimes we receive Fix-It requests that are not related to the categories that are in there. And some of the issues are complex, so we have to remove them out of Fix-It. There's 395 active registered users on Fix-It. And just one thing to highlight, you do not need to be registered on Fix-It to use it. You don't have to register. Anyone's welcome to use Fix-It. Some of our data points, it takes 2.7 days to acknowledge a request. And on average, within 10 and a half days, we do close requests, which is really impressive. Our top three categories is trash and recycling, overgrown weeds and grass, and litter and debris. I do want to take this time to give a special acknowledgement to our DPW and housing team for their attention and quality to response. Those teams are on it. They're responding, they're active, they really embody what it is to serve our residents and provide great customer service. So in 2024, we are looking to improving communication to residents through the Fix-It app and provide more education on the back end of how City of Lancaster resolves its requests. And we're also analyzing those categories. What are new categories that we need to add in accordance with the reporting that we're starting to see in 2023? So our engagement tracker, I always get really excited about this. Engagement does not have to be centralized in the Department of Neighborhood Engagement. We all have a level of responsibility to make sure that we're engaging and communicating with our residents. And our Bureau of Civic Engagement tracks citywide engagement efforts. Last year we attended community meetings or city-led events or partner-led events 543 times. That's a big deal. And I'm really happy to report that the Bureau of Fire this year has won and led all departments in engagement efforts with 200 engagements, surpassing Bureau of Public Safety 130 of the police department, 131 engagements in 2022. We do actually compete sometimes for these numbers. And the Bureau of Tourism and Promotions leads the city in promotions of our businesses and make sure that we are developing promotions around our attractions to make sure that our downtown area is welcoming not only to our residents and to visitors to the city. We have contracted a tourism master plan consultant and we're actively working with them. We've developed a revenue generating model for our city-led events, really focused on vendor and merchandising to generate some revenues related to our city events. We've improved retail promotions campaign really intentionally. Small Business Saturday, Lancaster Shop Lates, Indie Retail Week, Holiday Retail Trail, and Lancaster City Lights. I'm partnering with many different partners here in the city and at the county level. We've reorganized the Bureau structure and combined the special events permitting position and the administrative assistant. This has decreased staffing costs in Lancaster Office of Promotion. We've developed a new process and policies for special events and created a permitting guide to assist special event organizers. We've welcomed over 10,000 guests to the Welcome Center, and we expanded the Visit Lancaster City app. In 2024, really 4 major key areas. There's so much that's happening in Lancaster Office of Promotion and the Welcome Center, but there's 4 areas that we're focused on. Is the completion of the 10-year tourism master plan, beginning the Welcome Center redesign, the development or really the improvement and the addition of Benz and Ewell Plaza programming for special events, and implementing a cross-sector marketing and promotions plan with so many different partners that we're working with. Our communications and marketing, there's so much. I wish I could have had like 4 slides here and so many videos and pictures and things that we've been doing here. But really overall, the work that we've been doing related to communications and marketing has increased in some areas almost over 100%. But we have increased outreach from our website to our Facebook, that's up almost 80%. Instagram, up 98%. Visit Lancaster City app continues. We're really excited to continue to work on that app, get more businesses connected there and do more promotions. We've had over close to 40,000 page views and 9,600 user sessions. So that's really, really great. So there's a lot of engagement that's happening there. In 2024, we're growing and expanding marketing plans and collaborations with partners that include Discover Lancaster, FIG, Lancaster City Alliance. The team, as you can see, we're really excited. Carly Patterson is our travel consultant and our digital media specialist, and continues to work with DJ Ramsey and the communications team. But really, how can we be more creative and with our information and get more people engaged? So our most viewed reel was Feel Like Barbie in Lancaster City. We had 2,300 interactions, and it is a fun reel. And then the second image that you see here is collaborating with our marketing and promotions with Discover Lancaster and FIG. So how can we create content and have our partners also share it so we can have expanded reach? And this is Celebrate Lancaster, and Celebrate's really exciting. It's an exciting time for our city to celebrate so many rich cultures and invite visitors here to the city. So we rescheduled, as you know, in 2023 Celebrate, and in 2024 it worked really well in August. So we're moving Celebrate to August. From June. And June gives us an opportunity. We've been hearing from community partners. They want to see more programming related to community and having access to have special events. And so it will open up more opportunities for partners to have events in June. I love this picture. We had to put it in there. This is Hispanic Heritage Month, and this is one of the dancers that we had contracted. And really excited about this event that continues to grow. Our last image here is the mayor's tree lighting from this year. And again, these events continue to grow. The menorah lighting's happening, and what an extraordinary opportunity to celebrate different cultures and religions here in our city. But to have the mayor's tree lighting in the same square that we're actually having menorah lighting celebrations is really a testament of the inclusivity of our city and the acceptance as well. So now we're here, the done budget overview. The next 2 slides is going to talk about our budgets. And our budget has increased $54,000, $522. In 2024, it's our total budget is $960,242. The total expenses increase is really related to language services and technologies. We have a lot of work to continue to translate vital documents that are a federal mandate, and so there is an increase related to language services that we do have to provide related to document translation. We do also have increased a little bit more the marketing and engagement programming budget as well. So that's really what's contributed to that very slight increase. We have had personnel decrease in 2024. We completed the trauma-informed community engagement specialist. That grant and that position ended in September. And we also, as I mentioned previously, we consolidated special events permitting position with the Lancaster Office of Promotion Admin position. So we've actually made those two positions into one. Our team works very closely. I think one thing that's been really consistent through all the budget presentations today is the partnership that we all have with our advancement team and the important role that they play related to our budgets. Our team works very closely with our advancement team in supporting staffing and programming costs related to initiatives in our department. So in 2023, we were awarded $372,000 in grants and sponsorships. We actually utilized $337,000, and that included previous year awards. So those numbers are what we've actually raised in that year, but we also had money remaining from previous years related to grant timelines. In 2024, we have increased our grants and sponsorship goals by $207,000 for a total amount of $580,000. Grant and sponsorship funding is really, really important in our department. It really helps to augment general fund and decrease the amount of money that we actually have to access through general fund, and assist really in providing additional resources for initiatives and programming. And that is what I have for you today. I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Carrasco. I just want to say I appreciate the work you and your team do. One question that I had is, it was good to see that we're trying to increase revenues from city events. You talked about increasing sponsorship and private contribution as well as grants. Just what are some ways or some strategies that we plan on increasing, sponsorships and contributions for the events and the programming that the Department of Engagement is doing?
Sure, thank you for the question. So one of the things that we implemented is on the Visit Lancaster website, Visit Lancaster City website is a vendor form as well as a sponsorship form. Our sponsorship packages are there. We've increased marketing and awareness related to sponsorship opportunities for our event. We work very closely with our advancement team, and we are actually working with a contracted person to help us continue to raise those fundraising goals. I do think that it's really important, the quality of the special events and the diversity of our events is really attractive to sponsors, and the amount of people that are attending our events. So we've been really successful in fundraising, and I think it's really related to the type of events that we're having and the quality of events that we're putting together.
Thank you, Director Carrasco. And at this time, we'll take questions from council. Council President.
Hello, just a question around the language service. Could you talk a little bit more about, you mentioned some required translations. What are those, and how far along are we in the process?
Sure.
Ahead of the game in other places.
Yeah.
The work we've been doing.
Yeah. So vital documents is a broad terminology, but really it's documents that need to be translated to maintain equity. So if you come in and you are looking to receive a permit application, making sure that permit application is accessible in various languages. And so one of the things that we want to do in 2024 is do an assessment of what are those documents per department. So what are the documents in community planning and economic development that we make sure that are regularly used, and making sure that we have an inventory and an audit of what are the documents that need to be translated, and what are the documents that need to be translated, and in what languages they need to be translated.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, Council? Councilor Rowe?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question regarding the language services. So really good to see that there were 19 different languages, unique languages that were requested. Do you know what departments were, what departments saw the most need for interpretation services?
Yes, I would say it's across the board. Everyone's utilizing interpretation services, but the two highest areas is public safety, the police department, and Department of Public Works. Yes. And when Zaira comes to do her presentation later in early 2024, she'll provide more detail.
Council, please.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Merci. Just since your office became a department, and did you face any challenges to develop this budget?
Yes.
Yes. What are some of the challenges that you have to face when you were developing this budget?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would say I did not have challenges creating the budget. What I will say is last year was a really great year to really understand the systems here in city. So we have a centralized system that's called Munis, and working with our business administration team was really a highlight for my year, and making sure that we were established within our system here in Munis, and has really improved efficiency related to just day-to-day operations.
So how does your budget compare to last year's budget?
Yeah, so it's a 50, let me just pull that back. So on this slide, you can see our increase is 54,000. So in 2023, our total budget was $905,690.
How many employees are currently?
Currently, we have 13 staff members.
And how many did you have before?
Before in 2023, or when we started in 2018? In 2018, we had one. We had one, and you're looking at her. And so it's we've grown year over year, and really how we've grown has been a merger of other bureaus. So Lancaster Office of Promotion and the Welcome Center was previously under Community Planning and Economic Development, as well as the function of reception was also under business administration. So our team has grown, but really it's grown from taking other, working with other departments and including them into our Department of Neighborhood Engagement.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So no further questions.
Okay, Council, please.
If I could just follow up on your question, Councilor Calise. Director Carrasco did point out that we did eliminate one position that was grant funded in comparison to last year that was doing the trauma-informed programming. And I'm very happy that they are now at Church World Services, and so they have moved on, and it was a successful transition as that grant came to a close. And then the other thing that was mentioned is that in the language office, in the Lancaster Office of Promotion, there were two positions that were combined into one. So there has been a reduction in staffing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Time for one last question, Council Graves. All right, if not, we'll move on to the question from the public. Any questions from the public? Mr. Dash?
Tony Dash with 700 Block New Holland Avenue. Y'all know I love the Department of Neighborhood Engagement, really do. I actually am just curious if there is potential in the future for, I love the fact that you have language services. Actually, Matt Johnson, because of a Facebook post, got me on a Duolingo streak of over a year at this point. I would love to learn some of the languages, or at least a little bit, enough to communicate some ideas with residents of the popular ones in the state. Is there potential for me paying the Department of Neighborhood Engagement to educate me in that way?
We could provide you with a list of languages that are primary here that are being used, and we really don't provide training related to languages here in the city. But any information I can certainly share with you, and I can also share with you providers that do provide that service.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the public?
Amy Rufo, 300 Block of Northwest End. This is Can you please add sidewalks as a category to fix it? I know that it is not the city's responsibility to fix the sidewalks, but it seems like having that as a data point would be helpful for Public Works and residents, because one of my complaints is about the sidewalk where lots of kids walk and has never been fixed and is not even tagged compared to my neighborhood, which is fairly flat and got tagged.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Are there any other questions from the public? Hearing none, thank you, Director Carrasco, and we appreciate the work you do in your department too.
Thank you so much.
This time, if there's any comment cards that need to be filled out and turned in to Mr. Harris. If not, we will move on to our last but not least budget, Community Planning and Economic Development with Director Delps. Good afternoon, Director Delps, and feel free to get started.
Okay, good afternoon, Council. I know it's been a long morning for you all, so I'm just going to keep on rolling. I see we have a new microphone system. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. Very briefly here, I have an agenda for the presentation. We've got 4 parts to go over today. First, want to remind you about the structure in the Department of Community Planning and Economic Development and our management team. Then we'll move on to speak about highlights in the 2024 proposed budget for the department. That's really the bulk of the presentation. Then we also have 2 short sections at the end of the presentation related to performance and accomplishments in 2023, and then key initiatives on the horizon in 2024 as well. I hope none of this is a surprise to Council. I think you have seen most of our management team here at regular Council meetings over the course of the year, but as a reminder for all of you and members of the public, here's an organization chart of our management team. This is made up of our Deputy Director, Rebecca Geiser. Rebecca plays a critical role in strategic operations across the department as a whole. She also serves as the subject matter expert and program manager over the 3 bureaus shown here. The Bureau of Health, which is managed by our Bureau Chief, Kim Wisser, the Bureau of Property Maintenance and Housing Inspections, which is managed by our Bureau Chief, James Nixon. And then finally here, Craig Walt, who is our Bureau Chief of Lead Safety and Community Development. If you look on the right side of the chart here, we have Douglas Smith, who is our Bureau Chief of City Planning, and John Lefevre, who is our Chief Building Officer and manages our building code administration. We don't have a Deputy Director of Land Development and City Design, so Douglas and John report directly up to me. Diving down a little bit farther into our into our team here with the Community Planning and Economic Development Department. As you can see, we're generally divided into two divisions, although we work very fluidly across these two divisions and across all 5 bureaus. We have 29 positions in the 2024 budget as part of the Division of Health, Housing, and Community Development. That is made up of 15 employees in the Bureau of Property Maintenance, 8 employees in the Bureau of Lead Safety and Community Development, and 6 employees in the Bureau of Health. In addition to that, within the Division of Land Development and City Design, we have 7.1 full-time equivalent positions in the Bureau of Planning and 7.9 positions, full-time equivalent positions within the Bureau of Building Codes. I'll explain briefly the .1 and the .9. Our permit coordinator, Ms. Maggie Warner, which is based within the Building Code Bureau, is actually paid from 4 different locations within the budget. We have .1 of her salary coming from City Planning Bureau and .4 coming from the Building Code budget. The remaining half of that position is paid through the Department of Public Works. We also have a half-time position in the Bureau of Building Codes, excuse me. That's our part-time safety and compliance officer who focuses on compliance related to building permits. We wanted to take a high-level view here and show changes from the 2023 budget and the 2024 budget. The first column here, percent change, relates to the operating expenses overall for the CPED budget. As you can see in the first row under the director's office, there is a 13.9% increase in the that particular work unit. That is not due to an increase in positions per se. It is really a relocation of 2 positions from the Bureau of Lead Safety and Community Development. I'll talk a little bit more about why we're doing that in a little while. For city planning, the budget from 2023 to 2024 declined slightly by 0.3%. No change in the number of positions. Moving on to the Building Code Administration, the operating expense budget increased by 6.5%. Here, also no change in the number of positions. For property maintenance and housing inspections, there was a small increase of 2.1% for the budget. There was a reduction here of 1 position. We cut 1 FTE from the 2024 budget. That was one of our housing inspector positions. On the next line, lead safety and community development. As I noted, there were 2 positions that moved from lead safety and community development into the director's office. In addition to that, there was 1 position that was also eliminated as part of that budget. That was one of our community development administrator positions. Finally, in the Health Bureau, our operating expense budget declined by almost 10%, and there's no change in number of positions in 2024. However, we do have a plan change in 2025, and I will come back to that shortly. Big picture, if we're looking at the department as a whole, wanted to remind the council here that our total expense budget is about $4.91 million annually. This represents about 6.7% of the city's general fund budget overall. And as you may have seen in your materials, that adds up to about a 1.47% increase from 2023 to 2024. The primary driver of that change was the increase in medical insurance, which was about a $69,000 increase for the department, and that represented about an 8% increase in that particular line item. The majority of CPED expenses is personnel. It is made up of our staff costs. That's 86% of the department budget, 66% is salaries, and 20% is represented by benefits. That remaining slice of the pie is 14% of non-personnel operating expenses. And I'll come back to that in a little while as well. The budget includes 49 positions, as I noted in the last slide. Just as a recap, that's a reduction of 2 positions in 2024, and we will be looking at some savings related to the Health Bureau Chief as well. We have learned that our incomparable Ms. Kim Whistler will be retiring on July 1st, coming up in 2024. We're going to miss her dearly. Thankfully, she has given us a long runway to plan for her retirement, and we've already started with the transition planning. You'll see that the budget will reflect, once she retires, we'll only have her salary costs for half of the year. So that's where you see the reduction in 2024. The Health Bureau function will be moving under Mr. Craig Walt, who has both an academic and professional background in public health. We're very pleased about this evolution in the department, and I'll go back very briefly here to the organization chart. As we move through this transition in 2024, Craig Walt will be taking over the combined functions of the Bureau of Health and the Bureau of Lead Safety. And then there are 2 community development administrators, and that function will be moving into the Office of the Director. So that explains some of the changes that you saw on the staffing schedule. Rebecca and I spent a lot of time this year doing budget analysis to understand how we're performing and how the trends have gone over the last couple of years. Thanks to guidance from the mayor and the team in administrative services as well, we've been focusing increasingly on the revenue side of the ledger every year as well. So we're hoping to see benefits on the overall impact on the city budget. As you can see here, the personnel expenses and the benefit expenses have increased from over the last couple of years, and you can see those numbers along the bottom line in 2024. One thing that I did want to call out is that the non-personnel operating expenses, which is where we have the most control over those dollars, we've managed to decrease that each year. In 2022, it was $786,000. It went down to $758,000 in 2023. And then finally, we're at $692,000 in 2024. So that represents that we've cut the budget by $94,000 over the last 2 years, and about 12% of the total. Just a few more words about the revenue side of the equation. I think it's really important to note that the fee revenues from CPED functions are projected to be $2.3 million in 2024. This is an increase based upon the work that is done in the health, housing, zoning, and building code functions. We have a variety of services that we provide that yield fees and come back to the city. We also have the CPED grants that we manage represent $1.53 million in expenses in the general fund budget. Essentially, it's a reimbursement. Those grants will reimburse the costs in the general fund budget. These are primarily HUD programs, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And then I also noted here that there are some costs that are covered by the HUD programs that don't necessarily fall in CPED. They actually fall in other places. We cover the cost of the Department of Neighborhood Engagement program manager, and then a portion of the social workers and the police bureau as well. I think this is probably my favorite slide in the presentation because it shows what a positive impact we've had based on the financial work that we've done with our team over the last couple of years. You can see here that we're comparing the CPED expenses and the CPED revenues. So in 2022, if you compare those and subtract, you get a cost of about $2.2 million in 2022. Then in 2023, that's $1.8 million. And in 2024, if you compare revenues, CPED revenues to CPED expenses, we're down to just over $1 million. On the right of the slide here, I tried to call out that if you look at that delta from 2022 to 2024, that means we've had over $1 million positive impact on the overall general fund budget. And also, if you take that number that I've highlighted in green, that 1.07 million, and you compare that to the CPED budget of 4.91 million, one could say that we're covering about 78% of our costs. Moving along, I know we're talking primarily about 2024, but also wanted to share with you that I think we've done a good job with our financial management over the course of this year in 2023. We've come in about $150,000 under budget, which means that we have done well in estimating what we expected to spend in 2023, but we still managed to come under that target by a little bit. The next item I have here represents progress on hiring and in the human resources field. And I want to extend a huge thank you to our partners at Admin Services and Human Resources. If you look at where the department was back in 2020-21, our vacancy rates were in the 20 to 30% range, which made it very difficult to do the work that we needed to do. I'm really happy to report that we're at a 2% vacancy rate right now. We only have one position that is open, and this does make a world of difference. And I think it's a good sign, too, that I think we have many people who are happy working for the department and who are interested in coming to work for the department. Very briefly wanted to note that in the last quarter of the year, we also applied to 2 major grants. One is for a distressed areas pilot grant from the Federal Economic Development Administration. We've also applied for what's called the HUD Pro Housing Grant out of HUD. This is to fund a whole range of activities related to quality and affordable housing. So we don't have any results on those grant applications yet, but we're keeping our fingers crossed, and we'll definitely provide updates as we go. Just a few accomplishments that I wanted to highlight here related to city planning and building. As you know, I know this has been a big part of our life over the last year or two. We finally have adopted the first city comprehensive plan in more than 30 years, and this was an incredible effort that we're all really proud of. I thank you again for your participation in this. We had over 14,000 interactions in our engagement, and 14,000 interactions in total, and then of those, 4,000 were in-person engagements. There's a lot that we could say about the land development environment and how that's changed over the last few years. I did want to point out that we are still seeing a very robust land development activity, although it has dropped off this year in 2023. All of that activity is representing increasing housing supply, and I've tried to show the cumulative numbers here for you since 2018. We worked really hard on some of the instruments that we have in the department to make sure that we're tracking this well, and I'm very confident in these latest numbers. We have a total number of approved units since 2018 of 1,941 residential units. And if you look at that total of 1941, 366 of those units have been built, 525 are under construction, 1,050 are approved but not yet built. That last number, 297, is not included in the 1941 because they haven't been approved yet. These are projects that are under formal review and are getting close but have not yet crossed the finish line. Another indicator that we use regularly that we think is important related to economic activity is our number of building permits, both the number of building permits and the construction value represented by those building permits. As you can see here, we had 475 commercial permits to date in 2023 and 1,546 residential building permits to date in 2023. That represents a similar number to last year, actually, in 2022. It has not changed very much. There's slightly fewer residential permits and a slightly higher number of commercial permits. Then if you look at the construction value in the other pie chart, the residential value has increased a little bit since last year. The commercial value has actually jumped quite a bit. So that changed by about $40 million, $40 million since 2022. Moving on to our health, housing, and community development functions. One of the things that we're really proud of and that we spend a lot of time in the department is related to the performance of our programs and the tracking of those programs. We have a set of metrics that we use to understand how things are going. I just selected a few of those that I wanted to share with you today and to know how the trend is going. The first one here, the first measure shows our systematic housing inspections year to date, and that trend has been increasing. We have performed more of those inspections versus 2022, Our annual target was 3,500, and we've already surpassed that particular target. The next one is really important. This is re-inspections related to the housing inspections that we perform. This number is going down, and that is a good sign because we know that on the re-inspections that the violations that we have identified are getting solved. And we're hoping to see that number continue to drop over time. We're well below what we thought the target would be, which is 3,800. Moving along to our health inspections, we have a full team now, which is terrific, and Kim Whistler has done a tremendous job in training her team, and so we're both performing more in number and more effective health inspections. We have already surpassed our target for 2023. Related to our housing social work interventions, this has remained pretty steady. It's increased a little since last year. And we are on track to meet our target of 325. Last but not least, moving on to the programs related to healthy homes. Our lead remediation program is going extremely well. This is another situation where we're seeing the benefits of having a fully staffed team. We're actually at 88 homes completed in 2023. Is more than double it is about double where we were last year at this time, and we're on track to meet our target of 100. The one small piece of bad news here at the end, we had a target of critical repair homes, critical repair projects to be completed. We had a target of 40. We have not had adequate funding in this program, and the CDBG funding that we often use for these homes did not kick in until the fall of 2023. Or another way to put it is that the 2023 dollars we weren't allowed to spend until very late in the year. We do have 10 more projects that are in the pipeline right now, which will add to this number, but we will not make our target of 40 for 2023. I know we're going to have a lot of time to speak about a variety of initiatives in the department in the coming year, and so I'm going to race through these really quickly. Just wanted to highlight one or two for each of the bureaus. Coming into 2024, our Housing Code program, as you may remember, the council passed three amendments to three different ordinances in 2022 that changed the way we do our housing inspection work with a focus on lead safety in particular. And 2023 has really been about adjusting and implementing those new ordinances. Our team is doing a really great job. We're still perfecting that, but we're hoping that if we have the resources available in 2024, that we're going to increase our inspections of commercial properties in addition to the residential properties as well. Next, our Health Bureau has already gotten underway the Healthy Lives, Healthy Lancaster Community Needs Assessment for the city. That has been going well so far, but there's still the lion's share of the work to do on that particular initiative. We plan to complete that in 2024. And then finally, for lead and community development here, our programs are successful, but I think there's more that we can do here, and we're planning to enhance our healthy home and home repair programs, and this primarily means that we have to diversify our funding sources for these programs and be more creative and strategic with our partners as well. For city planning, we're coming off the success of the comprehensive plan, and that means that we need to get started on a whole set of policies and actions in the comprehensive plan. A couple important ones here include initiating the small area planning for the prison site and East End neighborhood, and also beginning the zoning and official map updates. I do expect that the zoning code update is going to be a massive undertaking, and I've talked with Douglas Smith about how we're going to break this into phases, and we're exploring that scope of work now. So I do expect that this will happen in some kind of parts, not necessarily just all at once. The last one here on the slide is building codes. We've been working very hard on continuing our permit process improvements, and we'll be leaning into this again in 2024. And this requires completing much of the work related to the technology upgrades and making sure that technology is serving our customers and serving the business needs that we have. That is all I have on the department initiative front for 2024. Again, I think we'll have time to talk more about that in the coming months, but really wanted to focus a little more on the budget trends and the budget analysis this year per the guidance of Councilor Ahmed. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Delves, for the presentation. My only question is in regards to the comprehensive plan and our goals around zoning and the comprehensive plan. How do you think that will affect the budget of 2024 and beyond 2025? Because these are some big goals that we have, and I appreciate that we're looking at phases rather than tackling it all at once. But how do we think that's going to affect our financial performance within the department?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. You will see in the Planning Bureau's professional services line item that has declined a little bit. We've reduced that because we don't have as many of the comprehensive plan costs related to consultants in looking ahead. But what we do have, to your point, is the implementation, and we will be breaking that down into project-by-project budgets. We still have a pretty good-sized professional services budget in the Planning Bureau to help pay for a portion of those efforts. However, I will say that we'll continue to be aggressive about grant funds for those projects. For example, I had mentioned the Pro Housing Grant that we applied to HUD. There's quite a bit of material in that grant related to the zoning update, for example, and other ordinance and code changes that affect housing and housing supply.
Thank you, Director Dawson. We'll open up to questions. Start with Councilor Diaz.
In regards to Tolby, there was a charge to the city for $22,000 to build a platform for a foreclosure registry. Harold had made a offer of doing this at no cost, the program. So my question is, including, this would also be charges that would include the dedication staff, which means it would cost more. So my question is, and also I just wanted to elaborate that it would bring up to about $50,000 a year to the city. Why would we sign a contract that is offered at a no cost to the city, and we would spend $22,000 taxpayers' money and sign a contract with them, which is the same services that they would offer?
Councilor Diaz, I'm sorry, you said that someone offered to do something for no cost for the city, and what was this?
Okay, so the company that charged the city, because it was already a contract that went through, the platform has to do with the registry of foreclosures. So they offered $22,000 to do it. But Hera, the other company, had offered at no cost to the city. This obviously does not include the dedication of staff of the city to run it. So my question is, why would the city spend $22,000 versus not being charged at all for the services, which would bring up to probably $50,000 or more revenue each year?
If I could interject, I believe that Councilor Diaz did raise this question with our solicitor, and am I also correct, Councilor Diaz, that the solicitor did respond to you with a response regarding our procurement policy? Did that email make it to you?
I don't recall.
Okay, so if it's okay, I would like to circle back because I believe there was a discussion related to this and our procurement practices, and I think that it would require a more full conversation with Councilor Diaz about other ways that we utilize TALMI in addition to this one specific element that you are asking about today, if I'm correct. Because you're asking specifically about, if you can just repeat that again so I have it, the foreclosure?
It's the foreclosures registry, which I'm sure that they have additional software programs on it as well.
Yes, so if it's okay with you, Councilor Diaz, and with you, Director Dels, I would like to circle back to this. And I would also just say that Bureau Chief Capatch has also been involved in TALMI and review of all of our software systems, and to also say that we do have a procurement law that we have to follow in the selection of vendors. And of course, we would not purposely spend more money than is required of us. So if that's okay with both of you, I would like to circle back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for repeating the question too. I did understand now what you're asking, and I'm happy to do additional research with the mayor and procurement team as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. Are there any other questions from Council? Councilor Walsh?
Thank you, Councilor Knight, and thank you, Director Doss, for your presentation this afternoon. A few questions around some items listed in the projections, and I was hoping you could help me to understand why the projections seem so large, specifically around contributions to economic development. Looks like year-to-date we have spent $3,500, and then you have projected for 2024 $60,000. I was just wondering if you could help me explain, one, what is that?
Yes.
Where are the contributions, and how can we go back and see how, like your 2022, $54,600 was spent, but only this year $3,500 was spent. So one question, can you help me to understand what these contributions are in a real life example, and then why the budget item is considerably larger than what was spent this year?
Yes, and I actually think that at this point in the year, we've now spent more around 53 or 54,000. I think that projection number may be out of date, and that is because we had not paid our major invoice until the end of the year. That major invoice is $50,000 for the Lancaster City Alliance for the services that they provide for the city.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then I would ask the same question of professional service, and I believe you had made mention of that, but we had budgeted for $30,000 this year. To date, we've spent $5,900, and for 2024, you have projected $50,000.
And Councilor Walsh, can you clarify which line item you're talking about?
Absolutely. So this is within the Director of CPED expenses, or General Fund Expenses, Director of CPED. And then it is line item, you have your normal beginning, sort of upload routing number for lack of a better word, and then 741000 in professional services.
Yes. Thank you. Our original budget in 2023 was $50,000, and we do have the same budget proposed in 2024 for $50,000. This is one of the areas that we did underspend in 2023 this year, and whenever we are able not to use that money, we do and want to return it back to the general fund. This is typically used for work done by a consultant in conjunction with our team in the Office of Directors. So the best example, for example, that I can think of is a year ago or so, we had paid the Economic Development Company and the Center for Regional Analysis to do our affordable housing study, and then worked with us on the interim housing strategy output. So it is really for consultant work of that nature that's coming out of the director's office.
Great, thank you for that explanation. And then I just have one more question around revenues. Because one of the revenue items for the city that your bureau brings in through housing and inspection and fees is about $2.3 million, which is a considerable impact on the city's revenues alone. And I believe that has changed year after year and increased. So I guess my question is, as it relates, it's broken down in the budget to say those housing inspections, some of the other fees that come out have, increases year by 8% or something like that. But can you talk about how that revenue affects your budget?
Yeah. One of the reasons why we've focused on making this comparison this year in particular and last year as well is trying to make sure that the director's office and our bureau chiefs are really focused on both sides of the ledger, and that we're not just looking at the expenses, but being creative and being aggressive, honestly, where appropriate, on trying to increase revenues for the city. It's not necessarily a one-for-one match. The revenue that comes into the department may be used as it should be for other needs within the city, but I do think it is important for us to be comparing what are the revenues in CPED versus the costs in CPED. And your question about the change is a really important one. I think there's been some natural growth in those revenues over time because of the increase in activities. The biggest reason for the jump between 2023 and 2024 was the ordinance changes passed by the council related to the fee structure for the city. And in particular, the largest increase was in building permits for large commercial and mixed-use properties. So the larger developments that you see that are coming out of the ground, those are paying a much higher fee at this point for their building permit services.
Thank you for explaining that. It's nice to see policy come to action and what the actual tangible results of the policies that we enact out here in real life.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Council President Bacon.
Thank you. You mentioned that non-personnel operating expenses have been dropping year over year. Can you talk a little bit about how that's been possible? What does that actually mean in terms of like what those expenses are, and is that something that's sustainable given the output that you were showing us has been generally on your targets?
That's a great question. We have really sharpened our pencils around all of these individual line items. If you look at the individual line items, most of them are quite small. I mean, they might be $1,000 for the year or $1,500 for the year. We've gone through item by item every year and just tried to compare it to the spending that we have done. And if we continue holding those down, we try to budget a little bit lower the next year and set a challenge for ourselves. I feel confident or feel comfortable that we have done that without major hardship in the last year or two. I will say there's really not very much left to cut in those line items, but we will keep trying to do our best.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Council, please, and Council.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Director, for the presentation. Director, can you elaborate a little bit on how the goals of your budget align with the city's comprehensive plan?
Yes, that's a great question. I think that relates to Councilor Ahmed's question about how we're intending to implement the policies and actions in the plan. One of the things that we've worked on with the executive leadership team just in the last month or two is identifying of the actions in the comprehensive plan, which are the high priority actions for the next year or two. We've aligned that with the administration's strategic plan as well. So I think the real challenge is that we're being as precise and intentional about which projects we're doing each year, and that then we're applying our professional service budget or grant funds to those high priority projects that we've identified to happen in 2024, 2025. So it's really about tying those two together. It's the project management being tied together with the budget.
Okay. My next question is regarding affordable housing. Are there any programs or incentives to encourage affordable housing development and support underserved communities?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one more time? It was related to affordable.
Are there any programs or incentives to encourage affordable housing development or support underserved communities?
Yes, the main funds that we have available to facilitate or to subsidize affordable housing are coming from our federal U.S. HUD funds. That's primarily Community Development Block Grant, CDBG. It also falls under our HOME program as well. For example, we get about $400,000 to $500,000 each year from HOME to put toward the production or preservation of affordable housing units. You get a sense of how small that amount is compared to the need when you figure that you're probably spending like $100,000 or $150,000 per unit to include an affordable unit, for example, into a new development. So we've been lucky in the last couple of years that we've gotten the big influx of ARPA funding. We've tried to be very creative about our CDBG funding too. Those were the two main differences in the last couple of years. But if you look at just that regular year-over-year home funding, $400,000 to $500,000 unfortunately doesn't get us very far.
Are there any other partnerships with non-profit organizations or developers focused on affordable housing?
We have been partnering effectively with the County Housing and Redevelopment Authority. They do receive funding as well, and so we look at proposals from affordable housing developers together and try to make the funds go as far as possible and look at the goals for the city and the county together. The main other route that we have for affordable housing funding is to continue to pursue the competitive grants, and we've been doing that very aggressively, and we'll continue to do that. I think it is worth noting that even for nonprofit organizations who are coming with a mission, they're not usually coming with the funding for the housing. So whether it's a private developer or it's a nonprofit developer, they're both seeking that subsidy from the city or public funding, whether it's coming down from the federal government or from the state government. We're essentially acting as that facilitator or conduit of those funds to a good project.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Councilor. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Cleves, and Councilor Roy.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Notes. Just kind of a broad question, but it seems that the perception I'm getting with the different moves regarding the retirement of Ms. Whistler, as well as moving the health bureau role under Craig Wall, as well as the health needs assessment coming in. Is there a broader vision for what health of the community looks like under economic development in the future? Are you guys kind of strategically placing that together? Or is this
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think maybe this will be a good subject at a later time that I can bring in Rebecca and Craig to speak to the vision as well. But I will note you probably all know by now, I'm not the most traditional economic development director. I'm coming in really with a sustainable development lens, and community health is a big part of that. So the vision structurally moving ahead is that that bureau will actually be called the Bureau of Health, and that under the Bureau of Health, there will be an Office of Healthy Homes and an Office of Community Health. So the Office of Community Health will be the traditional programs that people are used to related to environmental health, food facility inspections, et cetera, and critical repair and lead remediation and healthy homes will be falling under that other office. So we're going to be both combining those functions, but thinking about them in a more holistic way. Yeah.
This time we'll open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment, Mr. Stahl?
Carl Feldman, 600 block Hamilton Street. Thank you, Director Delves. One of the items I'm just pulling from the report that we're looking at in Home Rule Study Commission talked a little bit about the various mechanisms the state gives cities and municipalities to do economic development. Pennsylvania, one of those is the LRTA, or even tax incremental financing districts. My understanding is that the previous kind of LRTA districts we'd established, the tax incremental financing districts we'd have established have kind of been maxed out. We've done all the things you could possibly do with them. Do you have a vision for a new potential arrangement of those tools, which kind of comes with pros and cons, so the public can be thinking about it, and the study commission too, if there were to be a change, of course, in revenue raising, choices made in LRTA, TIF would all be influencing that too.
Yeah, thank you. Good questions. I'll take them, I think, one at a time. Related to the LRTA, I do think it would be beneficial for us to analyze the program again. We did that a few years ago and decided to stick with the current program. Since that time, we have heard from a few developers that when they are seeking financing, the banks are actually looking for a longer span of time for that tax abatement. So that is something that we could look at to spur land development if we wish. In addition to that, I will note that in the comprehensive plan, we have also in one of our, I can't remember if it's a policy or action in the moment, but that we do want to look at other opportunities to use the tax increment finance district that was used successfully in the past in the northern part of the downtown, and we would like to explore that again in other locations. That answer the question? Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. You would like to approach.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Delves. Hi. Maxine Cook, 600 block of South Marshall Street. A couple of things. This doesn't have specifically to do with the budget, but kind of how do we get to see those high priority projects that are mentioned for prioritizing those items in the comprehensive plan, one. Two, you mentioned that the unused money for 2023 would be returned to the general fund. How do we, as the community, see where that goes back and then redistributed, or however that works? That's two. And the last is, for the comprehensive plan, how will we see if the plans are using general HUD funds or grant funds of some kind? How do we, the community, get to see how those funds are coming in for those projects and then redistributed back out or used? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great questions.
Can I begin on the first couple, because I think they're more general, and then
Yes.
go into the comp plan?
Sure.
Budget?
Sure.
So we are really excited to share what priorities that have been identified among the executive leadership team outside of CPED, but across all of the departments. There were numerous suggestions that were made, policy suggestions and actions in the comp plan. We had to prioritize those for what we wanted to bite off first. And I will be sharing those as part of the State of the City address at the end of January. So stay tuned for more. We have the executive leadership team, as Mr. Dellis mentioned, has been reviewing those. We're also refreshing our strategic plan to specifically call out those priorities in the comp plan. Now, there's some things in the comp plan that are more routine and ongoing. There's other things that are new, and we are tasked with figuring out how to do both. So more to come on that. The second question you have is about the unused money. Really, what you can do is look at last year's budget, and this budget provides that number, and you can see where we underspent on lines in comparison to what was approved in the 2023 budget. Any places where those monies across all of the expenses that are booked to the general fund roll back into the general fund. So we really discourage staff from like, oh my gosh, we've got $500 left in supplies, we need to go quickly spend that. No, we actually don't want you to spend it if you don't need it, because that money rolls over into the next year. So really any line item that is under, and the majority of them are, that then rolls over into the next year. So the general fund is across many departments, and so that's how you would see that. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, and then I'll let Director Dellis talk about the comp plan and budgets and how we're going to fund all that.
It's admittedly a tricky question. I think maybe it would be easiest to pick a specific project and explain that. One of the projects that we highlighted coming up this year would be the small area plan for the East End neighborhood. That's one of the top priority items that we have identified. In that case, we have been seeking grant funding that is eligible for that particular project. And we've actually already received some funding from the Department of Community and Economic Development at the state level. We have not yet identified all of the funds that aligns with the budget for that specific project, and we need to keep going. And we'll be doing that for each of the projects so that we're trying to match funds with the project budget. But you're right that some of the projects in the comprehensive plan are only, we're only able to proceed with them if we can identify the funding. So we have to keep working very hard at that. That's right. And you also had asked about the grant funding. We have our regular grant programs, such as Community Development Block Grant, and we do use a lot of that funding for city services by necessity. However, there is an annual action plan process each year, and then a 5-year consolidated plan for that funding. So it's an opportunity for us as staff and the community members to say, this is how we want to prioritize our CDBG funding in order to implement the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Those are some great questions. Ms. Dasher?
Hello. Tony Dasher, 700 block of New Holland Avenue. I'm just curious what the odds are that maybe in 2024 a guidebook could be generated for residents who maybe have open back lots on their property, because I know that we want to see more ADUs for infill development in the city, and I think trying to navigate codes, building codes and zoning codes and all that is quite a confusing process. What are the chances that we could maybe see some sort of guiding documents created to help homeowners along that way and just push them along?
Yeah, thank you. We're on the same wavelength, actually. We have just gotten started. There's still a number of stages to come, but Douglas and our senior planner, Mandali, have just started analyzing physically in the city where we believe there are the best opportunities for ADUs. The next step of that would be providing, as you said, a guidebook or possibly some conceptual specifications to help streamline how ADUs could happen in reality. So we're still working on the scope of work, to be frank, but the intent that you described is exactly mine.
Thank you.
That's also one of the key priorities that I'll be talking about in January, and one in which was included in the grant application. So we're already trying to secure funding for this work.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Cook, you want to approach?
One other question. I was watching this morning, and I may have missed this before I came in, but how has, and this isn't fair because you're the only one here, I wondered how each director considered, and if they considered, the projected deficit of 2025 in preparing your budget. I guess I'll ask you, since you're the only one here, but I may submit those questions to the other directors.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, would you like to answer that question in general first? I can speak to it to my department, but it might make more sense at a general level.
Yeah, so I believe when I introduced the budget, I talked a little bit about this. In June, we started with projections for the remainder of the year for this year, and asked each of the directors to come up with a plan to eliminate $2 million out of 2024, because that was ostensibly the amount of general fund revenues. General fund reserves that we had allocated, that council had allocated in 2022 for the 2023 budget year. So we started in June with that in mind for this current year. The goal for 2024 was to bring a flat budget to council for consideration. And unfortunately, we fell short of that goal. And the reasons why were related to our healthcare costs, debt expenses, and the collective bargaining agreements that we have that require certain raises, increases in salaries across the board. So the 5-year projected deficit and the deficits that are coming related to the American Rescue Plan are part and parcel of the work that each director has done. And so you'll see that overall the operating costs for the city are largely down, but those medical, pension, healthcare costs, I'm repeating myself, sorry, medical, pension, and debt costs have continued to rise, and those we're going to be working specifically, Director Tina Campbell mentioned this morning, specifically on understanding our healthcare costs, and if there are additional strategies we can take to reduce those costs over time. There's not much you can do around debt financing. Those are promises that are made many years ago, and also more recently. And the pension costs, there's also nothing that we can do about those either. So we have our work cut out for us, but each of the directors is very attentive to that. And I think Director Campbell, Stephen Campbell pointed out also that, and you heard in other directors, that but for medical expenses, they would be down X%. And so it's going to continue to be a balancing act, and as I said, we will begin planning the 2025 budget almost immediately next year, and I don't think we've ever begun that early before, but we will have to, because we will have to create several scenarios. And one scenario will depend on the Home Rule Study Commission's vote on January 24th about whether they will proceed with having a charter. If that happens, there will be a set of scenarios that are related to that we will be happy to share with the Home Rule Study Commission. If there is a vote not to proceed, then there will be a very significant community conversation and engagement process to determine what services will no longer be offered by the city of Lancaster, and what tax increase may be coupled with a reduction in services.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. And just very briefly, your question related to the department. In 2023, CPED had a portion of that $2 million target that we were trying to save. In 2023, we were able to accomplish that that target for CPED for the department. And then, as you can see here in 2024, our budget has increased 1.47%, which, as the mayor said, I'm very mad about because we had actually gotten down, as a flat or negative budget, but the estimates for the medical insurance came in late in the year and pushed us back over the flat budget, which often happens. It's no one's fault, but we were close.
Thank you, we are right on schedule. Is there any final questions? Mr. Sullivan will be our last question. Any other questions we will have?
Thanks.
You are calm.
Carl Feldman, 600 block, Hamilton Street. I don't think this is exactly in your budget, but I do think of it as your dollars because of your stewardship of it. I believe we drained the enterprise loan fund to acquire the property on Walnut Street, and I was just wondering what the outlook would be on that fund going forward because of that activity.
Yes, we did use some funding from the enterprise loan fund for that purchase. There still is some funding in that fund, although it does not fall within the department any longer. We could definitely do additional research and answer that question directly, unless Tina or the mayor knows off the top of your head, but I'm happy to do the research and come back to it.
I do not have all of the history on the fund, but I do know that right now we have about $3.5 million in that fund. So there is some funding there. And actually, I believe in January, we're going to bring a couple of options for some of the funding for that to council as well. I'll just say that historically, we did use some of those funds to seed the sidewalk repair loan program, and that program has proven itself to be very successful. And I think on one of the slides that Director Stephen Campbell showed the linear feet of sidewalk that has been repaired in the city because we've been able to help homeowners afford those payments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. This concludes the December 9th, 2023 budget hearing. I just want to take a special time to thank the department directors, thank city staff. Also want to thank the public, especially the engaged members of the Home Rule Commission who came out and participated today, and also thank council for their questions. It was very insightful, and I think we all can leave here learning a lot about the road ahead. So just want to thank everybody, and with that, that concludes the budget hearing, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councilor Ahmed. That concludes our agenda today. Our motion to adjourn.
So, second.
So motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.